time around. Just didn't have enough of an objective lead.
Oh my god!
They get their way on the leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron!
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is gonna go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him with the
without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perukia, as well as that flash.
And Wembo's ending the game.
Up and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's recalled. He has to teleport into this. Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone. And now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big kick onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give? Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wenbo not being able to really set up. We're gonna try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro.
Oh!
He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's gonna find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Michelle.
Oh, they're actually gonna make a play on a YCX here. A wall bang comes through on a Fungyue. Fungyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. 4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Gala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A pentakill.
Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. I'm Yanni. That's Jay Beto over there, way down under, but somehow only to my left or right. I honestly can't remember directions on the camera, but we have not a full slate today. Only about a half a slate today with our games, as things are going to kick off with AL versus EDG and then Weibo Gaming versus BLG, as we have 2 matches tonight because the Classic Show match is over in China tonight. That should be fun and exciting.
Boy.
Classic Show matches have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, now for me, I don't care at all because I wasn't there. I started playing in like 2022.
That's crazy, bro. I can't believe you don't care.
I know. Well, it is what it is, all right? I can't force the nostalgia that's not there. But we've got a pretty exciting set of matches for tonight, Yanni. We've got the later on crazy rematch between WE and BLG, and for right now, we've got a team who is contesting the top against a team who is trying to scrape any wins they can.
Yeah, AL have cemented themselves as a top team in the LPL after defeating Top Esports a couple of nights ago. And EDG on the other side, 1 singular game win as they are 0-4 in series. Now, the good news for them is that singular game win is off of BLG. So maybe that accounts for something, but when you find out that BLG has gone to 3 games in every single series they've played, maybe it doesn't. They are currently heading down a winless road, Jay Beto, and I fear that they may take 1 step further onto that road tonight.
Yeah, I think it's the likely outcome, at least from predictions wise. I would gamble both of us.
Gambling?
Never. Jay Better? Never.
Watch yourself.
Both of us hedge our B words on AL taking this series, most likely 2-0 as well. EDG have been struggling, like you said. They're on the winless road right now. We didn't exactly have that last split, but we did get pretty close, and then look what happened to WE. So maybe EDG can pull it out towards the end of the split. But obviously for EDG fans, pulling it out now, getting some wins right now is what's required. AL still, in my opinion, looking to prove some stuff after some change-ups to their roster that have gotten updates too. Not necessarily to AL, but you will find out more later tonight. I'm sure people will be talking about it. But yeah, AL, I think, still need to prove some stuff.
Yep, let's go ahead and take a look at that Anyone's Legends roster to kick things off here tonight. It is Breathe, it is Tarzan, it is Shanks, Hope, and Kyle. And the meta, it's been the big story, is fits this team incredibly well. You put low pressure on Hope in these 2v2s when they're essentially pseudo 1v1s because the 2v2 hasn't really been too kind to him. But when he can stand on his own and Kyle can move around and just make plays with Tarzan, you're in a great spot. Shanks has been the consistent force that he's really been for the past year and a half at this point, even picking up a pentakill a couple series ago. And Breathe, you know, they picked him up to be a lane dominant top laner. We haven't seen that part yet, but he's played the tanks about as well as Flandre did, and he has ran these team fights.
Yep. And you and I were talking about this, Yanni, and we kind of have somewhat differing opinions about this mid lane, which I think is a good thing. We both agree that Shanks is not necessarily the most lane destruction laner there is, right? He's not going to come out and he's not Knight, and he's not going to be 10-0 in lane. But I really think that there is a humongous gap in the mid tonight, and that with the way that Shanks has been performing, I'm a little worried for Bulldog. He has had a pretty tough year so far on LNG. Now he's moved over to EDG. And I really think that Shanks has got his number in this series. I'm a bit worried for the mid lane matchup.
I'm with you on that one. You know, we as you mentioned, not necessarily the most lane dominant guy, but plays the lane phase consistently well. You know, when you take a look at the stat sheets and when you actually watch the games the first, 10, 15-ish minutes, he is generally doing a great job in his lane. But not only that, his roams are generally pretty good. His team fighting is pretty solid. On the other side for Bulldog, we haven't quite seen an aspect of his game in 2026 that we can look at and say, okay, if he's able to do this, or the team can take advantage of that, EDG can have a winning formula. And, we're getting closer and closer to, the end of the competitive regular season for LPL for the year, and we still haven't seen that yet. So you need to show us something either tonight or your next series, or we're probably not going to see it.
Yeah, a lot to ask for from a player, but I do think it's a tough ask. It is a tall ask, a player that is so tenured, like Shanks, who's been in the LPL for a while, and with this team for a while too, like you mentioned before, and in the clips, they're picking up a pentakill on the Sylas. And he's been playing a lot of Sylas recently. He's very comfortable on the pick. I've been seeing him play some lock in solo queue to zero success, at least from the results standpoint, which isn't
Sounds
everything.
like one of my friends.
But hey, I'm sure he'll get there. Lock is it's in and around, and I think that is a Shanks pick, so maybe we'll see him pick it up tonight.
Yeah, I think he's been forcing the Sylas. I think when he picked Sylas a couple nights ago, I looked at it and I'm like, this is really the greatest Sylas angle I've ever seen, but sometimes it just ends up being pretty okay. But you said there's a lot that, Bulldog needs to do. There's a lot really that EDG needs to do as a whole, as this is a mountain to climb here in this series against AL. It's ZDZ, Xiaohao, Bulldog, Leave, and Perukia. And, for what we've said about Bulldog, that we haven't seen necessarily anything that you can hang your hat on, you have seen this for almost everybody else on this roster. ZDZ has had his pop-off moments. Leave is an incredibly lane-dominant player. Perugia, you're not on a winning team, so the stat line's not going to look good, but there have been moments on these roams or plays that he's made in team fights that are like, man, if EDG weren't this far behind, you have something here. You're cooking.
Yep. I want to give a quick shout out to the main LPL broadcast talking about the junglers here. Something that's pretty interesting is in the stats provided, Tarzan is on top of every single one of them except for damage per minute, I believe that is. So Xiaohao getting a decent amount more, just under 100 more. But Tarzan, in terms of kills, assists, in terms of kill participation, he's on top in everyone as well. So EDG definitely have their work cut out for them tonight.
Yeah, and credit to Xiaohao. I mean, one of the more proactive early game junglers in the league when things are going well, when he's at his best. He likes his aggressive early pathing, K-Man always talks about because K-Man's favorite player. But it's just a matter of, can his teammates support these decisions? And unfortunately, in the solo lane specifically, we have found times they're just not able to do that. We did talk earlier about ZDZ having his pop-off moments so far in the split. The team fighting's been pretty good. He's had a couple of solo kills, which we'll watch in a clip package we have coming up shortly. But the laning phase is not always there for him.
Yeah. And that's kind of a thing you can apply to a lot of EDG members. Not quite there is how I would describe it. You mentioned that there are some good things going on. We both think ZDZ's had some good games, and you're a big Leaf fan. So it makes sense, right?
I like Leaf. I listen, I'm an 80
In
carry
this
player. And I
series.
like Leaf. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say like, yeah, man, Leaf for president or anything like that, but
Maybe.
he's a guy who has absolutely had plenty of moments where he's really holding the entire team on his back, and unfortunately he makes one mistake and then the game kind of crumbles from there. But what was really fun about ZDZ and these clips that I pulled, none of these are even his Vayne game, where he had that awesome 2v1 outplay where he just gets the double kill. I thought that this fight in particular was pretty okay from ZDZ because the back half was really good, but he couldn't hold the front line against that Akali, and I think that's what really blew up the fight. If he could have done that, maybe that entire fight's different. See, he gets a couple of solo kills here, taking advantage of the Gnar into Ambessa. So there are matchups that he can exploit and that he can win. Just a matter of actually doing it. Should have some opportunities here tonight if we think that AL is going to try to add that second dimension to their game in the top lane and have Breathe on these carries that are exposable if you get put behind her.
Yep. And I mean, it is a tough game. It's not like ZDZ's been having, you know, like it is tough for him to block Akali as Cassante. So, you know, sometimes it is pretty tough. I want to bring this up just briefly. I want to return to it a little later, but EDG taking first pick AL, selecting blue side with right of first selection here. So, have to see how EDG want to play towards their laning, because they won't most likely have that counter pick slot to give to ZDZ or to give to Leave. So they will need something that's a little more blindable, unless they're going to just try to wait for Breathe to take this pick. If they do get a counter pick, that would be great, but they do have to come out here with the expectation that they're going to have to blind pick in game 1.
Speaking of Breathe, we have, some check-ins here for some of the new players on both of these sides. As you can see, a bit of a difference here. Now, one thing to talk about is the damage per minute coming out of Bulldog. Compared to Breathe, at least a much better number, but Breathe's DPM numbers are some of the lowest right now of all the top laners. But generally speaking, really happy with where Breathe is at. Generally, if you're on a better team, your KDA is going to look better. But, he's up gold at 15 minutes, and you really can't ask for too much more than that.
It's a lot of damage coming out from Bulldog over here as well, so that's not bad. Something that you do want to be seeing. The kill participation isn't bad too, so yeah, I think this is something we're going to continue to check in with over not only the series, but the remainder of the split, pardon me. And there are a lot of other teams who are gaining players, who we will, I'm sure, learn about soon. I'm not sure if any of those are being played tonight, but I've heard about some things. But for now, I want to bring the conversation, Annie, back to the draft, as we are getting intros here, at least for the LPL stream. Now, EDG won't have the possibility to go for a counter pick in game number 1, which is something that if you wanted to levy like a top lane matchup, that's what you would need to do to get guaranteed counter pick at least. But it means that they do get to dictate the pace with where their game is going. A lot of Lee Sin and Nefiri prior has been coming out. I still think Orianna's really, really good. If you're going to go towards the bot lane, there are still picks that I think are first pickable, like some of the mages. Varus is still up there, even though he's really falling off in terms of priority compared to what he was. But EDG needs something that's going to create stability through the mid lane, because again, I am really concerned about the mid lane, and try to, like you said with AL, also do the jungle support thing that we've seen a lot of the meta kind of dictate towards.
Yeah, I think that there is some game that EDG can take from AL in a sense. I think the biggest difference is the bottom lanes. It's something that you'll probably notice in this game, and something we'll likely talk about throughout the series, is that Hope and Leave are incredibly different players, so you can't necessarily play the exact same strategy, because otherwise you're kind of hamstringing yourself as EDG. Even though the meta is playing these mages and leaving your AD carry alone, if your AD carry is such a strength in 2v2s, give him something that he can carry on, even if you're not necessarily playing the meta, because things haven't really worked so far for the team as a whole. So, if you decide to play your own game and you still take a loss, I mean, as long as you win a singular game in the series, it is improvement. You can take a look at the teams walking out. You already saw AL just a moment ago. EDG getting the walkouts done here in the IG's new stadium here in Shanghai. Again, as we talked about yesterday, weren't sure if we were going to see it in 2026. Looks pretty nice. I must say, I don't like the walkouts for it, because they're very plain compared to Shenzhen, I think we were at before. Yeah, we were at NIP's arena, where you had the stairs and players could be behind other players. I just remember Feng Yue just rising up behind his team, and I was like, okay, that's pretty dope. So not having it here, kind of sad, but still a nice looking stadium all the same.
Yep. And teams getting onto the stage now. Should be getting into draft shortly. My focus for this game 1 for both these teams is the mid-jungle synergy. I know that there are potentially changes coming to this meta in the future. But for now, I still
Yes.
think it's really, really important to have this AD carry that can kind of do whatever they want by themselves, or a mage that really fills that role, have this mid-jungle synergy. We've seen a little bit go back and forth between the Enchanter meta coming back, or shades of that, and then also the roaming support meta. Like, there's still both there. We will see, like, Ashe Seraphines every now and again, and, like, Lulu lanes popping up when those roaming supports are gone, or when the picks and bans allocate for it. Some teams towards the very beginning of the split didn't quite, like, they weren't fully on board with the roaming support style just of yet. But I think that it is really valuable, especially when you've got a jungler like Tarzan and a support like Kael, who can really take over the game.
And on the flip side, I like what EDG did with that in their game yesterday, right? I like the ideas where you have this Jhin as your standalone AD carry and the Sivir as your standalone AD carry in game 2, with a Rel in game 1 and then a Shen in game 2. Just a couple of problems that I have with it are, number one, they didn't have many abilities to try to proc this Jhin route in game 1. If you're going to do that, you need to make sure that you're getting a lot of value out of the Jhin, because otherwise a hyper tank is going to be picked on the other side and you can't do any damage. Game 2, they picked a very, like, scaling comp out of EDG, and they got behind early, and it just meant that it didn't matter that you had Sivir Shen, which is a fine combo. You lost early, so you're never going to get to that late game. And frankly, EDG didn't play the lane very well. So the concepts, at least in draft, are there. It's just shore that up a little bit, execute a little bit better, and maybe things will be okay as we're here into the picks and the bans. Jay Beto, any interesting things you see out of the bans so far?
The Vayne ban's a little surprising to me. Been a thing that ZDZ has been picking up. I think that the EDG bans in general are a bit, you know, Jace and Vayne getting banned away. Then the Poppy, which is normally a cover ban for something else, but they're not hovering anything that Poppy would be necessarily super good into. Gonna be the Syndra locked in here for EDG. A really strong flex. She's in an amazing position right now. Good in mid, good in bot lane. Let's see what EDG can do with this flex.
Yeah, you say it's a flex, and it is, but is it a flex for EDG? That is always the question that you have to ask yourself when you have Leave on the bottom lane, because these mages just have not really been working for EDG. So maybe they'll stick with what they're good at. Maybe they will just try to play the meta here. We're going to see a Shen immediately get locked in on the other side here. That's going to go over to Kael almost assuredly. And when a guy like that is on a not only a powerful champion, but a champion that can just appear anywhere in the blink of an eye, it looks like you're looking at 2025 Kael again, because this man was so good last year. A little quiet to start 2026, but the meta kind of stays this way. Certainly be in good shape.
Yep. I'm surprised that the meta has evolved to Shen being first picked. I always feel like Shen was a good pick into the Camille, into the Bard, but now it's just getting game one'd here by AL. The Gnar is a really smart pick with the things like Jace and Vayne ban. It's kind of a problem with EDG ending up banning away those things. The Jarvan Blind is an interesting one, but the Tristana, I mean, this could be a flex as well. It's likely that it goes to Leave, but I could definitely see it going to the top lane.
This is going top. This is the pick into Gnar. This is absolutely going up to the top lane, Jay Beto.
All right. These are the two picks
it's the lane counter. I love it.
Tarzan has been playing a lot. The Neferi and the Lee Sin is in a solo queue. Most of these. Who did I say? Oh, it was Kael. It was playing Neferi support on his solo queue. So who knows? Maybe in some universe, but I don't think so. A lot of damage coming out of both team comps right now. Maybe.
River Shen Neferi support? Okay. What redeemable qualities does Neferi support have? Like, why are we picking
I think it's
Neferi
really good
support?
into mages. I think that's the idea. From what I was looking at, she just kind of wins the bot matchup if it's a mage, which it still could be, but I like the Tristana here into the engage. Obviously, there is a lot to engage, but Tristana can jump away. She has the Buster Shot to keep herself safe. Then you have Scatter the Weak as well. This backline is really safe from the dive that AL have. Jarvan is really fluid in the way that you can approach fights. Mid lane bans coming out here from EDG, and support and an ADC ban from AL. I think for EDG, you want something that's going to allow you to do both styles, like your draft already can. The ability to go in, the ability to peel. Maybe a Rakan could look really nice in this draft here. It would be a bit tough into the Shen, so I could see something like a Nautilus instead. For AL, are you going to just pick an assassin in the mid lane? Go something like the Sylas, go something like the Lock, potentially, although I think it would be pretty tough into the Syndra. Ezreal, the consideration for now.
Yeah, just going to be safe into a lot of unknown picks. One of these other champions that can kind of stand on their own. One of the few remaining 80 carries that can do that. Just a perfect pick for Hope as a guy who, as mentioned, the 2v2 has been a struggle, but you can leave him alone, and if he's able to go even or minimize any losses, it's generally a win for anyone's legend. Now, the ball is in EDG's court with what they're going to pick to round out their composition. I like the initial start. You've got some good pick potential with that Syndra, with that Jarvan. You can also, team fight pretty well. We're going to see the Rise lock in here. That's going to go over to Bulldog. It's something that he has favored quite a bit. And then that Rel, which has also been a Perukia favorite, for a little bit of extra team fighting power.
I would expect something with range. You had the Anivia, obviously the Cass is banned, but the TF Hover is an option into the Rise. You don't necessarily win the lane against Rise, obviously, but it has that global pressure, has that stun, and it can really work well with the Nefiri and with the Ezreal. Now, this means that this is Syndra bot, which you had some concerns about whether Leave is going to be able to play this to the level that we want him to. ZDZ on the Tristana, like you called out as well, and now Rise in the bot lane. There's a lot of damage, but it's up to the individual. Can these players actually pilot these picks well enough to get leads in lane and then to snowball that into good team fighting? Because AL have a much more standard draft. They have a lot more CC as well, and it's going to be a lot easier if they ever get the ball rolling for Nefiri to take over the game, for Na to take over the side lane, for this TF to impact the map. I think EDG, they're feeling confident by picking this draft, but it is a tough one.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference in these drafts is that there's a lot more early power on the side of anyone's legend, right? Like Ezreal's, skirmishing early can be pretty strong. You obviously have the Nefiri combined with the TF. That's plenty of damage. And of course, the Gnar early on can do quite a lot. EDG on the other side, you've got the Rise scaling. Remember that Syndra's more of a scaling champion now as opposed to what she was before. You're really hanging your hat on this Tristana. So if you're EDG, you need to make sure that you're not only playing for ZDZ, but also protecting him with proper vision and good timers to show up for counter ganks, because if ZDZ gets behind, the rest of the game is going to fall apart. He is the big player to watch for the side of EDG, J Beto.
Yep. And to jump onto the Rift for our first game, Yanni. I'm interested to see how this top lane goes, like you were saying.
Listen, you could already see that move from Perukia early for
Very nice.
the extra vision. Just making sure that
happening? Is he starting top?
This is bold. This is actually insane.
Like, I get that the lane is really hard, like the matchup is hard, but he is completely sacrificing his AD carry and the lane swap passive that I know isn't really the thing anymore, but it still is enough to the point where it's going to hurt. ZDZ puts the exhaust down.
Yeah, in his 400th game, he's being treated with Kyle opening things up in the laning phase, up on the top side and taking the full recall. I mean, this was a genius move by AL, really. Sure, it's going to be a little bit tough to get to level 3. It's going to take a little bit more time for Kyle to roam around, but it's almost like you're using your first roam earlier in the game.
Sure, and you do get the exhaust out, so that feels good, but the lane is not any easier for the Gnar, as we can see, and he's down a significant amount of XP, which is really negatively impacting Breathe in this lane. He will take over to level 2 here, but I'm kind of questioning what Kyle was even looking for there. I get that Hope is going to be completely fine on Ezreal in this matchup. Like, he should be able to just chill there. And I also understand that the lane is, like, quite hard in top. But he kind of just walks, gets a summon a spell, and then leaves. Like, maybe that is what he was looking for, just get the exhaust off early. But the lane does not look any easier.
Well, this is a particularly brutal matchup, right? And with the ward getting used early from the side of ZDZ, this does mean that Tarzan can finish these camps up there and immediately show up top. And now you'll only have to worry about ZDZ's flash. Now, the good news for EDG is that Xiaohao is currently on his red buff, so he'll likely show up top and start a recall before actually going back to base. We're seeing some fighting down on the bottom side. His leave is down below half HP. Kyle trying to get closer, flashes forward. Still holding this taunt, just waiting for it to come up at this point. Will land that taunt and will be able to finish off Leave for first blood going over to Hope.
Yeah, not a great start for EDG's bot lane, and this is exactly what you didn't want to happen as Tarzan finds Xiaohao.
And Bulldog getting held up right now by the TF. Meanwhile, fighting up on that top side. ZDZ getting stunned up down to about half HP. Has to hop out of there, but it's still continuing to take a lot of damage. And I think Breathe wants all of this one.
Oh, wow.
Force the flash out of ZDZ. The flash blinds. Wallop gets the job done.
That is insane. As ZDZ falls down there, you can see in the player cam, he's really not happy with how that went, and he shouldn't be. This is a matchup that we saw how tough it was, and Breathe with his first Mega is able to get a solo kill. While ZDZ has flash, they both use them. We'll take a look back quickly here at the bot lane play. As Leave is just caught by a tower shot, too much damage. The exhaust is nice, and then, like you said before, the taunt being held the entire time means that eventually Leave just can't do anything. The Scout of the Week has already been used, and the lane is so much longer than he might want it to be here. Let's see how this goes. It's a full health solo kill. Breathe goes Mega, just jumps straight on ZDZ and hits everything. That's crazy.
Yeah, ZDZ decided to hold his jump because this is typically favorable to Tristana, but Jay Beto, this is a consequence of not having that exhaust from that level 1 play that was made. We're going to have some fighting on the bottom side as Leave is in big trouble. Kyle is as well, but it's just going to be a kill over to Perukia, who's forced to flash away and is going to go to the waiting arms of Tarzan despite the stun, so it's a double kill for him. Xiaohao now here in the 2v1. He's going to flash forward under Tarzan, gets a little bit of healing, and now Xiaohao has nowhere to go except back to the base, and Hope's got his second kill of the game. It's all AL 5 minutes in.
Yeah, this feels very bad for EDG. It feels like Tarzan's lining up to have a Nefiri pop-off game, something that he's very experienced in, and Hope is doing a really good job as well. Breathe, again.
All right, misses the stun onto ZDZ, who is also now level 6. There's that Gnar ultimate coming out.
Wow.
I was a little surprised that ZDZ didn't try to buster shot Breathe closer to Perukia. He will hold that exhaust.
They Breathe with the steel caps as well, making this lane so much harder for ZDZ to deal with. So let's take a look back at this.
You know, he's
Crash
there.
down from Perukia is a little ambitious. Leaves just too low. Junglers are here. Tarzan goes in, and yeah, the Shen dies to Arel. But Tarzan just takes over this fight, and it's kind of tragic that Xiaohao just can't quite get this kill. The heal from the Q is awesome. And then Hope just layers in, but back in top.
I think ZDZ getting taken lower is going to be forced to hop away with the taunt going on to Perukia. But Jay Beto, I'm very surprised that EDG decided that they wanted that 3v3. As I mentioned during the replay, they saw Tarzan clearing that ward. Obviously, Xiaohao was there, and they knew it. We have to talk about what's happening down here is the first port from the TF doesn't quite yield a kill, but will force Leave back without a taunt.
Yep. We'll lose this big wave too. Leave is struggling in this lane. The game is being ran by Tarzan right now. And this is about the time that Kyle is going to start to link up with him. You thought he was scary before. He has so much CC to work with. He's got the stun card, and then he's got the Shen taunt plus the shield as well from the Shen ult when that comes through. Tarzan is a full level up against Xiaohao as well. Has that ult available. Both of them have the upgraded Scuttle Crab, and Xiaohao has now ticked over to level 6, but like I said, Tarzan ticked over to level 7. AL are positioning around again, but looks like they're happy to just keep the farm going for now.
One of the best junglers in the game in Tarzan, and when he gets a lead like this, it can very quickly turn into a chasm, up nearly 1,000 gold at this point. EDG will be able to secure the first dragon for themselves, so that is at least something that you can build upon. The problem is the Hound's Pursuit is on top of Perukia here, and everybody is around to take him out. It is a 3rd kill for Tarzan. Let's reset on the Hound's Pursuit. There'll be nothing more beyond that. This does mean that the Gromp is going to go over to Tarzan, and Xiaohao, while he is on the Jarvan and he can survive without some jungle camps, this early when you're losing them, it's never a good sign.
So the question is now, what do you do about Tarzan? He's got first item completed. He's 1,500 gold up. Like I said before, he has so much CC for setup to help him. He's got Kyle who's going to hold his hand the rest of the game. He's got Shanks who can Destiny to him at any point when that ult comes off cooldown, and also has the stun card. He's got a top lane that's doing just fine and pushing in most of the time. And if somehow you manage to deal with all that, well, Hope has a 900 gold lead as well. EDG are really struggling to find any kind of win condition here in the beginning of this game.
And ZDZ is getting in trouble too. Perukia has to move over to make sure there's no dive happening. It's just going to be the Grubs going over to AL. Not quite sure how much value they're going to get out of that in the early goings, as ZDZ has generally kept Breathe away from the turret. But you know, J-Beto, it's going to be very hard for EDG to really do anything to move AL. I think they are at the point in the game where they need to just sit and scale, all right? Let AL have these objectives. You took that first dragon, so you're going to at least make sure that the soul would be slower for AL if they sweep the rest of the dragons. You've got the scaling on all 3 of these champions really in your lanes. Just try to get there.
Yeah, the concern is, will Tarzan let you get there? Because I have a feeling we're going to start to see some dives pretty soon. Syndra is a very vulnerable champion, or can be compared to something like a Ryze, who is pretty tanky. Tristana is a dive target too, but with exhaust and with the jump, I wouldn't imagine so. So I think that Leave is going to become the target very, very quickly, especially when he rotates into the mid lane. Nice taunt.
All right, there's Bulldog forced to flash away, taken down very low here. Ezreal coming through, not doing a whole lot. Xiaohao going to flag and drag his way out. Stunned up with Perukia once in. Leave going to land the stun onto Shanks, but he's got that catalyst, which means he is rather tanky, so EDG defend the attempted assassination on Bulldog's life.
Yeah, you see what I'm talking about? With the fact that Ryze is pretty hard for Tarzan to kill with a play like that. So EDG end up doing pretty well, but now Leaves in the mid lane. No flash on Bulldog, which makes him a lot easier to kill. But if that was to happen to Leave, he would just die. He's so squishy on this Syndra. And I don't think that EDG can stop Tarzan from just running him over the next time his ult comes back up. There is this little middle ground here now where these ults aren't available. But if all AL need to do is, you know, get a flash here or there, they're slowly going to get priority over the entire map. Now they're in top, helping Breathe clear out this wave. EDG can't really walk anywhere without finding this hot dog.
Tarzan holding complete dominion over this map. 11 minutes into the game. This is just what happens when you get so far ahead. But something that Tarzan is really so excellent at. Next dragon going to be up in about a minute. You know that AL is going to want to go and get that first dragon in their ledger. Just a matter of what EDG wants to do. Like I said, I think you just have to employ the sit and scale strategy, hang out, farm up, do what you can as these champions, because you can get there, right? You can get to your late game Syndra once you have all of your splinters and you get that increased AP and you pick up a couple of items. You can get to your 3-item Rise, which is one of the highest spikes on a champion in League of Legends. It's just a matter of making sure that you can defend AL's proactive plays.
Kyle trying to sweep out some of the vision that EDG have in the bot side. There is a lot of that, by the way. Trying to protect this Syndra as she is the weakest member on the map right now. And Tarzan has 3 kills, but Hope also has 1,500 gold. Anywhere Tarzan goes, the camp is his. Hope is becoming really, really strong. It won't be too long before he's even completed a Mana Moon. Shanks finds the sun, but Tarzan will use his W and then just run away.
Yep, there's a good defense there by EDG. It's exactly what we said they needed. His Hope is certainly adding to the damage department after hitting 4 people with that True Shot Barrage. A couple of members of EDG up on the top side. There's that Destiny getting used. I don't know if do AL want to actually pull the trigger on it, just for a little bit of vision for the moment.
From AL.
Hope is just getting whatever he wants down here.
Well, that part is good, but the dragon is just completely free. They use Destiny to check vision topside, and Tarzan is using all this time, about 45 seconds, to get his Grump. He's 1.6k up. Just do the dragon. I don't particularly understand why he needs to get that specific camp on cooldown, because his wolves aren't up either, so he's gonna have to leave his topside or just sit there for another 30 seconds and wait. He does get the Grump and will now cycle his camps down. I would like to see a dragon. I think there's no chance in hell that EDG ever step up to this objective, and Tarzan will start it up just now, so a little later, but we'll do it.
Saw Hope get that first turret a couple moments ago, and you saw on the bottom of the screen the win rate of anyone's legend when they pick up first turret, and looks like they're trending toward keeping that at 100% for the moment. The second dragon is going to go down just exactly at the 14-minute mark. It's a 4.3 thousand gold lead for anyone's legend, but the good news for EDG is that the game has calmed down a bit, so while the gold lead has gotten further out of reach, your lane states are still about the same state they were before. It hasn't gotten any worse for your scaling triumvirate.
Ocean Soul this game, not the most exciting or impactful, to be honest, in this game. There's a lot of burst damage, so it can help, but if AL are going to kill you, they're going to kill you with or without the Ocean Soul being there on their side, at least. It might help EDG if they're able to get it, but down 4,000 gold. That is a tall order to ask of right now. We're going to need some smaller wins before we start to get those big wins. Perukia picked up the Mikhails, which is interesting because there's not a ton of CC. Does make sense to try to protect his team from the stun cards, from the taunt flash. It's very similar to a Rel, actually, as I might need to hold my thought here.
Tarzan just lying in wait for a play to be made on Bulldog. Bulldog holding that wave, which means that Tarzan has to use that untarget ability early. Bulldog trying to get back under the turret, does take the gold card and is getting quite low and will be finished off by Tarzan. A clean dive from the side of anyone's legend.
I'm shocked that Shanks held his stun card that long, but I think it was waiting for the flash. Makes sense. And even though Bulldog isn't the easiest to dive, they end up getting it. Kyle protecting his AD carry, as a lot of members from EDG are pathing down. Sorry, Breathe, not his AD carry. But it won't pay off as anything. And what I was talking about before is that Shen kind of functions in a similar way to Rel, is where you can Q on Rel and bait the flash, and your enemy has to flash or they'll get stunned. So you can often not flash on your side and the enemy will. You can kind of do the same thing on Shen, right? We saw Kyle do that a little bit earlier when he flashed in and didn't dash, and it made leave flash. Similar mind games you can play on this champion to get flashes away for free and keep yours available. Kyle's been relatively quiet this game. It's been a lot of Tarzan just running around the map and doing his own thing. Even though Kyle does have 4 assists, I don't necessarily think that it's been more him than it has been Tarzan. Hope's picked up his second item now. Tarzan the same. 5.5k lead for AL. EDG not feeling good.
And that extra 1,000 gold they just picked up a couple moments ago was just part of that great sequence that AL had, and a really brutal sequence for EDG, because after that dive, AL went and picked up the Rift Herald, so that's in the back pocket of Tarzan, but EDG were slow to respond. They wanted to dive bot lane, but The entire minion wave was gone. Now they're going to attempt to dive this top side here. Multiple members, including a teleport, coming through, and they're just going to pull the trigger on top of Shanks, caught in the Cataclysm. Kyle to save the day, and they're going to turn this dive right around. ZDZ on the backside, but here comes Breathe, knocking Xiaohao into the wall. Just an auto attack away from going down as the rest of EDG has to roam warp their way out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got the Herald crashing. We've got Tarzan coming from the side, and there is nothing you can do to this hot dog as Leave will fall 5-0 and 1 for Tarzan as AL continue to push the pace.
Yep, Tarzan heralds the mid tower and then jukes out the Scout of the Week going again.
All right, let's see if Bulldog can handle this.
Okay.
Barukia gonna come in and mean mug Tarzan and force him over the wall.
It's a really smart and quick answer from AL. They send Breathe to TP up and Kyle with the ult to protect Shanks. It's not a bad dive at all, but he's also kind of tanky, and there's not a ton of damage with Rise just yet. The Shen shield is really nice. The TP in from Breathe is nice too. And although these flashes are a little awkward, Breathe jumps over and then flashes, misses ZDZ. It still ends up being a 2-for-1, plus Tarzan got the kill.
Oh.
Well, now he's got another kill.
Plus Tarzan got another, yeah. Yeah, that dive is just super rough because you go in without any minions, and then the Cataclysm keeps Barukia in there when Kyle lands, so it's just a free double taunt. Kyle's able to taunt out of any danger. Scout of the Week is there, but I'm not sure if Tarzan's quite done with Leave. A couple of Darkened Daggers takes him quite low. As the gold lead is ballooned to 8,000, double wallop with Kyle coming through means that EDG have to scatter to the winds.
This is great map play by AL. It's not just the support jungle duo, it's just two-man squads running around the map. Tarzan probably finds this, and this is going to be... Oh, maybe not. Flag and Drag gets him out. Bit of movement speed here from Tarzan. I hope we'll get the kill.
Yep, there's that true shot barrage. It was a bit of a horror movie. Xiaohao tried to hide. Tarzan just knew where he was, and now it's a 10k gold lead pre-20 minutes for anyone's legend. Absolute decimation from the jump, from that initial move that Kyle made to tilt the top lane toward AL.
Yep.
It has been all anyone's legend from here.
Yeah, just trying to keep it honest. I mean, this is what we were talking about a little earlier in the pre-show. This is what's expected. AL to be looking this good when they're contesting the top teams. Tarzan on one of his best champions. And I think EDG are playing a little bit disrespectfully. They're kind of just dying everywhere. But to be honest, what are you even supposed to do about this?
Yeah, the go buttons for AL are just very robust to this game. So it is kind of hard for EDG to stick around anywhere. You know, you need to try and make sure that you can survive. This is Shanks taking up this turret, caught in the Cataclysm, flashes away, lives, and the taunt onto Xiaohao means that even though that was a good look for EDG, maybe the best look you're going to get, they still go 0 for 1.
You can see AL couldn't care less about this dragon. There's a pause coming through. I imagine AL will pick up the dragons eventually, but this 11k lead...
Are you sure about that? I don't know if they need to.
Yeah, they might not. I think it's good to just take it away, and stats are stats, but they'll just get the Baron. This game is pretty much over. Hopefully this pause isn't too long. Hopefully it's just a small issue, or maybe someone really needs to go to the bathroom. That would be kind of funny. But yeah, EDG needs some time to think. Maybe sitting here in this is probably not what you want, but they have to.
I don't know. I actually think it is what you want. Acceptance is
silently?
one of the... Well, yeah, acceptance is one of the stages of grief, right? Once you get to acceptance, you've gone through all of the stages of grief. So if this helps them get to acceptance, yes, we are in this scenario. No, there's nothing we can do about it in game 1. They can come in with more of a fresh mindset for game 2. If you can't get to acceptance and you're still struggling with that when you're in game 2 draft or 5 minutes into game 2, you're going to be all out of whack and you're just going to get swiftly 2-0'd. So if I'm EDG, if I'm personally sitting here, I am looking for any excuse to go to a pause, bro. I need a second.
Yeah. Yeah, where's Anguish on the list of stages of grief? I feel like that's where we're at.
We have denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Acceptance, anguish after when you accept it, but it's still happening to you. Maybe we're at bargaining. Maybe EDG is going to start saying, please stop it.
We need to pause. We need to pause. Why?
So that's where we're at. We're working through the stages. Please, can we pause? There must be something wrong.
We will sign some mouse pads if you let us pause. That's the bargaining.
All right, I see it.
EDG signed mouse pad would be pretty cool.
I don't know. I feel like. Do you play in? Are you a Hardstock Castelo player?
I am. Yes, I didn't play the games tonight. Luckily, against a lot of the master tier teams, because I was busy prepping for this and then sleeping, so I didn't have to deal with whatever the hell they were dealing with.
So imagine you're sitting there with the Castelo teammates, and you're in a LAN situation, and this is happening to you. And your jungler, who is whoever, I don't know who your jungler is getting completely gapped.
That's Rafa, by the way.
Okay, so Rafa, Mark is just getting ran down by Nefiri. And then there's a pause, and you can't say anything, and you just look over at him, and he just shakes his head. Does that make you feel better? I don't know if it does.
Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit better. Because we've acknowledged that things are
Rafa how he feels
problematic. And things haven't gone super well, And, in person, you get to also like put on the brave face. But if you're at home, you're muting your microphone, cursing your jungler.
Yep.
No, I've never done that to Rafa. Rafa has been quite a fine jungler to have on the team, and we've worked quite well together. Not quite as well as Kyle and Tarzan, but not bad either, as AL have cleaned up Baron here, have nearly a 12,000 gold lead. Jbeto, how big do you think this gold lead's going to get before this game ends?
Definitely not 20k. There's not enough standing goal. I'll say 15k. I don't think this game is lasting longer than this Baron. And I don't think there's more than 5k on the map. So I'll say 15k is my guess. As Shanks TP's back into the mid lane. Prukia little lost it.
I mean, I like the angle, right? There's always opportunity to try and come in with a surprise engage on the back end, but it's well warded by AL as the siege will continues. EDC getting a 1v1 against Tarzan here, but the heals plus the shield and the teleport that's going to land. It was one auto attack away. As you said, it's just not fair. But the collective AL will save the day. Now the engage is on to Kyle, and there is a shutdown going over to Zhao Hao. I don't know if this means that EDG are going to be ready to fight anytime soon, as the middle inhibitor has fallen. Currently in a 4v4, AL looking to just end this game as they're working on the first Nexus turret. Bulldog closer to about half HP. They just need to wait for a wave to come in.
Yeah, the TP to the dog before and Kaya ulting is just keeping Tarzan alive. The base is slowly breaking. You think this is going to let up? No, you've got a minute and a half left of Baron. This is not stopping anytime soon. I think the game will end before Baron is over, like I said before.
EDG has to get back into the fountain to heal up. This does mean that AL's push has finally subsided. I like the look from ZDZ. You're not going to get too many of those. You have to try, but the rapid fire cannon from downtown. Now it's Prukia with the engage on the Magnet Storm, and the turnaround could be there, but there is Tarzan. This hot dog is fully loaded. It's a triple kill for Hope. Bulldog is getting low. They're saving it for Hope.
Give it to him.
It's a quadra kill, and you know that Hope wants this penta, but he gets scattered away. There's the taunt, the shift, penta kill for Hope.
Yep, that's the way to end it. Baron didn't even wear off before AL won the game. EDG tried to move forward. ZDZ is stun carded, and he explodes before the sun even wears off. Shanks had a pentakill before. Now it's Hope's turn. Humongous individual performances from AL. Great teamwork as well. They were just better. There's not a whole lot to say there. They just were so much better.
You know the game is very one-sided when you get a triple kill in the last fight and your jungler is holding the fourth kill for you. Not even the fifth kill. Your jungler has decided, I see your triple. Checks watch. We're not in danger. You can get this one, bud.
Yeah, this one's all you. Pretty impressive stuff from AL. Every lane was winning, or, you know, mid lane wasn't necessarily winning in terms of solo killing, but Shanks just did so much more on the map with these stun cards. Breathe with the solo kill. Hope and Kael popping off in the bot lane, and then of course Tarzan, who I think, even though there was a pentakill, is still my MVP for this game. That was a nuts Nefiri performance. Not even necessarily insane macro. He just was at the right place at the right time, got these early kills, and then snowballed it to the point that EDG just had nothing to do.
Yeah, every single time. I look at that bot lane play as a real microcosm of the game. Like, you know he's coming through. And Xiaohao was like, hey guys, we can fight the 3v3. The health bars were just a little too low for them to do much of anything. The good news for EDG, if you can call it that, is in the laning phase, mid lane didn't explode.
There is that. Mid lane didn't explode too badly, but Bulldog was the target of a lot of ganks.
It was fine. You know, listen, you're probably not going to get solo killed by TF.
They all did about the same damage.
And if you're getting solo killed by TF, things have gone poorly. But you can take a look at those damage charts, as you said. It is Tarzan and Hope leading the way for AL. We had a lot of questions about the initial Kael roam up to the top side. Looks like it paid off in spades. Yes, Breathe was behind and decent amount of experience early, maybe half a level, but was able to equalize that pretty quickly. And now ZDZ without that exhaust on that fight near the crab just went so poorly. It's where ZDZ died. It's where Xiaohao died. You just knew that. This is an AL game to win.
Yeah, I will say a very quiet game from Shanks on the kills department. He's doing his job. He found the stun cards. He's playing for his superstar jungler who took over the game. And this is kind of the like the catalyst of what led to this being later. Is EDG taking this 3v3 at so low health, where Tarzan just walks in and cleans up 2 kills. The healing here from the Darkened Daggers is really nice. Gets him out. He would have died on any other champion, or a champion that doesn't heal. And then this is every time you make a play. There is a Shen ult there. There is somebody, most likely it's Breathe, TPing. Anytime EDG tried to look for something, this is what they found.
Just a whole lot of members of AL and a whole lot of pain. I think my favorite part about the previous clip, the bottom lane play, was that Hope was just farming the wave after Tarzan got the second kill. And then when Xiaohao went back in, Hope was like, I mean, I guess I'll just like help fight. And, all right, no, I'll just take this kill. Yeah, sure, man. I was interested in the minions. And gets a kill for himself. This is a very AL-dominated highlight reel. This was the horror movie that we talked about a little earlier. Credit to Xiaohao for the attempted sidestep, but unfortunately, J4's lance is a part of him. And he got caught on the lance.
So much damage. This is the start of the pentakill, obviously. Hope having a good game. I've been a critic of Hope. I think that he has a lot of games where he doesn't really do a whole lot. But I will say, credit to him, great game this game, and not that it was necessarily required of him because of how strong Tarzan was, but he does get the pentakill. Did have a really, really good game. I'm okay with it being a player of the game for Hope as well. I think we need to see more of that from Hope. He should be doing that next game as well.
Yeah, you know, you put him in the 1v1. You let Kyle do his thing and roam around, and good things have happened. So, see if AL is able to keep up that strategy, not only throughout the rest of the series, also throughout the rest of the season, as long as it'll be allowed before any patches happen. I'm with you, though, for MVP. I think it's got to be Tarzan. I do wonder how heavily the pentakill is weighed in garbage time. We'll call it what it is. I want to know if the AI is like, he got a pentakill, enough said.
Definitely.
Well, you say definitely, but I'm sure the AI's description will pop up, and you and I likely will be unable to decipher what it says. It is a Tarzan MVP, as expected. Only 68% kill participation, which feels weird to say only.
I mean, the AI and I are good friends, so he wouldn't do us like that and put Hope just for a pentakill, would he? Would it? Guess we'll have to find out.
JBet
I think it's
AIO?
likely. Yeah, exactly. I mean, apparently, that's what I've been told by Twitch chat at least, so I guess I'm leaning into it.
We're gonna need to talk about that in the break. I need to know how or why you are being associated with AI. AI gives it over to the proper choice. We have the winner club voting for bot lane, as well as you can see some caster disagreement there, but no real surprise that Tarzan gets the majority of the player of the game votes. Shea Beto.
Yep, and AI got it correct. I knew it. Player of the game Tarzan, something about ganking. That's all I can decipher, but I'm sure correct.
Oh yes, it does say gank. Well, it's one way to get the job done. There is if AI, it just drops gank in English in the full Chinese explanation. You know you have done something right. Now, there are a couple of people who have done something right, and they'll get shouted out at the end of the stream. And if you want to be on that potential list of people, you could support the LPL English project by becoming a coffee member, because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, because the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments will go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and our content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between AL and EDG. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as Anyone's Legend takes a 1-0 victory as Hope really capped the game off in style with a pentakill. It's back to the drawing board for EDG. Luckily, they still have at least one game to play with. See if they can turn it around because they were non-competitive in that game from the jump. I'd like to see them put up a little bit more of a fight. Listen, they were able to take a game off of BLG. As weird as BLG has been, we know how good of a team they are. If you can take a game off of them, you can take a game off of anybody, J Beto.
Yep. It is pretty hard, though, when Tarzan's coming out with the 100-strike Hellhound on the Nefiri. But yeah, no, it was a great game from Tarzan, great game from Hope. And a bit of struggling from EDG as we wanted to take a little bit of time here to bring up a bot lane graphic about the difference between the two. And I will say, yes, for the most part, he was not a safe weak side tonight so far. It was not safe for EDG to be there either. He was weak siding for quite a while, but it was not safe for EDG.
Safe for AL.
I guess that's true. We need to see some more from the bot lane of EDG. Getting some more strong side. Whether it's a support counter pick. I think a support counter pick is more important than ADC counter pick specifically. But yeah, EDG need to find something through their bot lane in this second game. And like you said, might be their last game. So being 0-5, not the best way to start.
I think in a vacuum, you're correct that ADC counter pick is meh. I do think that for this team, I think Leave is your win condition. I think you just have to pick for him. I do think that you have to every single time because I think it gives you the highest chance of success. It is very difficult, and we've seen this happen with far better teams where the meta shifts a little bit and it's just not their meta. They don't play nearly as well as you expect them to. Maybe a team that was a first place team is now a second place team or a third place team, and you've gone from being a contender in internationals to maybe they're not going to do so well. Obviously, not trying to say that's what EDG is, but when you're a team that's already okay when things are going well and things aren't breaking your way meta-wise, you have to make a decision whether you're going to ride with it or if you're going to keep doing you. And I just think it's better on the mentals of players, at least from my perspective, that I'd rather go down swinging at what I'm good at rather than try to play what everybody else is doing. And then if I don't do well, I'm going to be like, damn, I should have just stuck with what I was good at.
Yep. Interested to see what EDG decide to take here, whether it's another first pick or whether they want to get that second pick. I think second pick is really valuable. I think the laning is quite important. There's so many things that you can first pick. So the red side is going to get a couple of them anyway. Some strong picks. I'm a fan of when teams can use red side really, really well. And it's been rising up a lot. I think BLG really likes it here. And it is EDG on the red side.
Yep. They're going to go ahead and get that counter pick, so that'll be nice. We'll see if they're able to use it to fruition. We are already not seeing EDG ban the Vayne, so always a chance that they were to give that over to ZDZ. Remember, he did have a pop-off performance on it. And, this was a good move by AL to set him behind early. I do wonder that if EDG are going to do something very similar in their top side and give ZDZ something that he can be lane dominant with, if Perukia might elect to stick around a little bit longer, or if they're going to try to maybe take a creative warding path. I know that in the past, with lane swaps back in the day, you used to ward in the middle of the lane going through your enemy's jungle. Maybe they'll do something like that just to catch a glimpse of what AL's setup looks like, as a first pick Cassiopeia is going to come in for Shanks or Hope.
Yep, like you said, it is a flex, and so is this Victor. Something that's rising up a lot, but with the Varus hover, I mean, it could technically be Varus top. Jinx would be a big mistake in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I don't like the weight and scale ADCs, I much prefer something like this, the Nautilus, although it is a bit of a tough matchup into the Cass. EDG tossing around with a few ideas. Gonna just land on the Nautilus, something that's been very, very popular in the support this year. Kind of the only engaged support that was around during the Enchanter meta and now has maintained, is pretty good into Camille and into Bard. Kind of the premier catch support. Is Pantheon locked in here for AL with that Camille? This could be Camille Cassio in the bot lane. This could be Camille support with the Cass mid.
Yeah, well, I want to see an AD carry that has a lot of early game damage now. I want to see something where if you land a hook on this Nautilus, you can go and burst out this Camille or even potentially kill them. I think that Varus would be a fine pick for that. Once you stack up that Blight, you hit with even a medium charged arrow. If you activate your W, that's a lot of damage. You are potentially getting kills. And not only that, it leaves open the final pick flex. You could still send the Varus top. I know he's not as popular as he was earlier in the year, but it's still a very good pick up there. Also provides a lot of extra CC. So I like the start here for EDG. I'm a little bit worried about this mid lane and the scaling requirement that's going to come out of it. I personally don't think there's many junglers that pair super well with the Victor that don't get you run over in the early game. We'll see what the strategy is going to be, as AL has already taken out a Trundle.
I think Victor Zinzao is not too bad. Could be an option. For me, I'd like to see EDG ban the Sivir, and if they don't, it's quite telling that Varus is going top. Sivir's not good into Victor, but it is really good into Varus and Nautilus. So I could very likely see EDG go for a ban there, and if not, AL take the pick. Will be the Rumble ban. Banning for top lane does make it seem like the Varus could be going towards the top lane. Because you do have counter pick, so you wouldn't particularly need to ban away tops if you were just going to counter pick top. AL with their final ban here. And like you mentioned before, what is going to be the jungle selection from EDG? I mean, I think that the Zinzao is not bad. You could go towards a Kiana, although that is a bit tough into things like the Cass. You could also leave it for last pick, like a Wukong isn't bad either. The problem is that you're always going to be engaging into a Cassiopeia, and the bunker is already really good. AL have a great front-to-back style. They have a lot of burst damage with the Pantheon Camille, and then consistent damage with this Cass too.
Oh, with that Vayne ban coming through.
Okay.
That Renekton is going to be locked in for ZDZ, so we're going to give over jungle counter pick to Xiaohao, which I actually think is a pretty solid idea. It's just a matter of your picks are a little bit more limited by what your mid laner is providing in the early game, right? I think that the duo combination is just very hard to play out. See a couple of different hovers. I actually like the Sivir even more now. I think the on the hunt to get away from or chase down a Renekton would be quite beneficial, but it is going to be the Ziggs to ensure that this Camille can roam pretty much with impunity, and Ziggs try to stay as safe as possible.
Don't mind the Olaf. Cassante, Jax probably preferable for me. Something that can just do fine and go even against the Renekton. Maybe it's a little bit of a tough lane here throughout the early game, sorry. But it makes sense. I like the Cassante lock in here. What is the jungle selection? Trundle's banned, so that would be pretty nice into the Cassante. I was talking about this. It is super risky into the Cass, into the Camille. You just get locked down so easily. But it is a lot of damage paired with the Victor. You can very easily get these elims and work towards moving through the team comp. Looks like Xiaohao is going to go towards the Kiana. Risky. It's a risky pick, but it does do a ton of damage. AL have so much burst with the Pantheon Camille Ziggs. They've got a Cass to round it out. They've got a nice front line. I think their comp is marginally better. But I think that if EDG can get off to a good start, winning top with like a 500 gold lead, jungle with a couple of kills, Victor have like Bulldog having a good lane, and then maybe leaving Perukia getting a bit crazy in the bot lane, finding some 2v2 kills, they can really take over the game.
Yeah, this is actually one of the few jungle combinations I do like, with the Victor, because you get to not only provide some CC for that gravity field to go down and have a follow-up stun, but you also have plenty of damage. You did mention this Cassiopeia and how Kiana playing into it is very difficult, but your Renekton trying to play into this Cassiopeia is also very difficult. That is my biggest worry for a lot of these team fights. If Kiana and Renekton are attacking from similar angles, one miasma is going to really make the rest of the fight difficult for two of your premier melee carries in this game, Jay Beto.
Yep. It's going to be a lot on AL's shoulders about how they find their burst damage and navigating through this early game, Yanni. I think that EDG have a good stance in the early game to get some gold onto their carries and push through the game. And where does this Kiana get active throughout the early game is also really important.
Hopefully in the spot that either results in nothing bad happening or something good happening, because that's really all we're asking out of an EDG early game. It's Game 2, AL EDG, starting now. It was a very half-hearted EDG.
Yeah, they were like that game 1 too.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know that this team is struggling. You know, Legacy Org is going to have a lot of fans. But it feels like you're just kind of going through the motions at that point. Like, we're here out of obligation. Kyle can immediately move in on the Xiaohao and ignite him, taking him quite low and also stealing away 1 chicken nugget, 2 chicken nuggets. Will not stop him from hitting level 2, but will certainly make him a little bit more exposable on a potential invade.
Well, I've actually seen this a little bit in some tier 2, tier 3 gameplay with the Camille Ignite. When you just run an enemy jungler, level 1. Xiaohao does luckily get level 2 off the camp and it doesn't cost him too much time. But that can work out very negatively for EDG if, you know, Camille steals just too much of the camp away. If Xiaohao goes down too much health, and obviously if there was a jungler there, that is a dead Kiana. Not a whole lot you can do there. No crazy starts, at least on the top side, but Kyle so far in this series has been very creative about how he wants to start the game. In game 1, it was the Shen top. This game, he's going for the Raptors invade level 1 by himself to all in the jungler and get a better tempo for his team.
I wonder how much of that is kind of limit testing a little bit. You know, you are going up against a weaker opponent, so, you know, strategies that you may have tried in scrims or conceptualized in practice, you are really trying to put them into play to see if they are successful, if they do work, if they do have merit, and if you can pull them out against some of the better teams, or if this is something that we could expect to see other supports that try to be a little bit more aggressive do throughout the ecosystem of League Esports.
Pretty interesting starts here for AL. Both Shanks and Breathe have already base and TP'd. Shanks only based with a Ruby Crystal, 2 pots, and a control ward that he's placed down in the mid-brush. Breathe TP'd back with cloth armor refillable. Both these laners really wanted to get the TP on cooldown early, come back with just a little bit more strength and advantage in the lane. And it is paying off for Shanks as he's pushed Bulldog very, very low, forced to base and lose a couple of CS here in the lane. He should be fine, be able to grab probably Amp Tome and TP back. But it's interesting, a lot of players here are going the pink ward start. Xiaohao base got a pink ward, Bulldog base got a pink ward, so did Shanks and Tarzan. Getting these out early on the map, trying to get some vision control around these early pathies.
Take notes, Heartstuck Caster Low, take notes. My team does not buy nearly
LS
enough
would not be happy.
Listen, my team needs to buy more pink wards. Shanks already taking Bulldog down to about half HP, burning through a lot of his mana, so Kyle is going to show up here, likely to get Shanks another recall off. He's now at level 5. A pretty successful early start for the AL mid laner. We've talked about it before, you know, a guy who is not necessarily going to dominate you in lane on the kill sheet, but can certainly win lane against anybody and be a better playmaker than Bulldog. So far, we didn't really see too much of it, but Shanks wasn't really asked to do a whole lot in game 1 anyway.
seen a lot of different builds coming out from Varus. Sometimes going, you know, like a lethal tempo into Poke. Sometimes with the AP build going PTA. And then obviously going the AP. This time going Comet start and then going more attack speed with the Doran's Blade and building towards the Shiv. So could still go the like on-hit build with Shiv. Could also go Shiv and then Lethality. So very creative with these starts. I think that's... flash in.
Flash from Shanks. Forces that flash out of Bulldog, just trying to get over that gravity well. Force him back. No TP either means that Shanks should have a fairly easy time here. We'll drop the ward and again force Bulldog away even more. The CS lead is getting very, very tilted towards Shanks. This gold lead as well. This is very bad news for EDG.
Yep, so with that bow start, have to see what Leave ends up going towards in terms of his full build. But Shanks having a really, really good time in this early game in mid is
hooked
in bot.
Hold on. Kyle getting very low. Flash, but shorts the arrow as Kyle also flashed away. There will be a lot of summoners burnt here on the bottom side, but EDG lose more summoners than they get. Turn on the Xiaohao here. He's got to try to hop away. Flashes away. Auto with the poison. Means it's first blood going over to Shanks.
Wow, that is a lot of damage for the poison. I was not expecting it to do that much. You can really see how tough the matchup is, or can be, for Qiyana. Stunned, and then the Miasma's put down. Just can't move. Poisoned, plus the Deathfire touch. Don't steal it, Breathe. I just had a feeling, you know, just the way that he was walking. Now, ult in mid.
All right, going all in onto Bulldog, taken low. Kyle walks around for a couple of extra auto attacks, and it's Tarzan getting the kill. And that means that Shanks can walk back. Bulldog has no way of getting back, and this gold lead is going to widen in the mid lane.
Yeah, this Tarzan guy's pretty good. What do you know? Yep, gets the kill onto Qiyana, links up with mid laner, then gets a Scuttle Crab, then instantly uses that to ult in onto mid lane to punish Bulldog with no flash, and links up with his support to do so. Pretty good level of play, if I do say so myself. Not a crazy lead for Tarzan specifically, as Shanks is stunned and hit by the Arcane Storm in the mid lane, but it's Shanks that actually has this big lead. He's up a lot of CS and that kill as well. Cassiopeia champion that is very happy with this lead. Feels like a similar story to last game though, Yanni. Tarzan dictating the early game, getting a lead, and giving one of his carry lanes also a big lead too.
And it's so nice to see this out of AL when everything is working in harmony. With Shanks getting leads on his own, and then Tarzan showing up near the mid lane to, you know, dissuade any jungle assistance to the opposing laner. And then Tarzan and Kyle linking up on that play. Something that was sorely missing from AL earlier in the season. The inability of Kyle to really roam and link up with Tarzan. And now when you see it happen, it's no wonder why this team has just been so dominant in the early goings of Split 3. EDG go and pick up that dragon, and they're looking to group up in the mid lane here, not only to keep Bulldog safe, but also try to drive Tarzan off of these grubs. Flash hook goes wide. Shanks is able to walk away. Tarzan unable to secure any of these grubs for the moment. Kyle looking for a re-engage. They're going to go all in onto Perukia. Not a whole lot of damage coming through yet, but here comes Shanks, ready to ruin the party for EDG. Leave trying to get away. He had dropped his ultimate a couple of moments ago, but he himself will drop. It is 2 kills for AL.
So EDG have 3 pickaxes. They might need to start using them to dig out of the hole of this series, or just go further in and hide, because it's really not working out too well for them so far in this series. They rotate so many people up to these grubs. The flash hook misses. It is blind, sure, but still not great. There's your engage. Chance gone. Perukia goes for the ward, and then there's just not your turn anymore. The Renekton didn't make it. Cassante got there first. which is really important. Like, you want the Renekton to be there at this part of the game, and he's not there. Kiana separated from his team. Much better played by AL.
Yeah, and I think that it's fair to criticize Perukia for that blind hook attempt, but I wonder how much of this is just the fact that this EDG team is under so much pressure in every game that they play in. Remember, they only have one individual game win, 0-4 in series, staring 0-5 in the face. And when things aren't going well, and in the early goings of the game, you're down, you can start to feel it. Wonder how much of that is somebody has to make a play and I have to be the guy to try to do it.
Yep. And who is that going to be? Is it going to be ZDZ on this Renekton? He's had a very quiet series. All of EDG so far have. Tarzan's lead hasn't gotten any bigger, but Shanks' has. He's got a 1.2k lead. He's already got the rower stacking up. Has 2 stacks on Darkseal too. It's going to be a while before EDG start to complete these first items. You can see ZDZ and Xiaohao are doing that, Shanks.
A good turn from Bulldog, and he's going to drop everything on the Shanks to get some damage back, but can't even start his recall because of that Noxious Poison. Noxious Blast. Kyle's going to show up in the mid lane, help get the shove in here, and force Bulldog to miss more CS.
Yep. Not the greatest place to be right now. Cassiopeia as a champ has just been so strong recently. She's so fast and does a ridiculous amount of damage, and Shanks has been performing pretty well so far this split. So far on it. So that is really good for AL. It really helps them that he's got these picks that are, you know, not only the pocket picks like the Silas that he'll bring out, but he's also got the meta picks like the Cass that he can just do this on, where he's up nearly 1,500 gold in a matchup that is, it is tough, but is it 20 CS down tough? I'm not exactly sure. Bulldog's struggling in this series so far and in this lane. Tarzan, fine Xiaohao.
Xiaohao gets jumped on. Bulldog is far away, and Tarzan just 1v1 Xiaohao and makes it look easy. A depressing display of talent there, as it did land, but didn't change the fate of the EDG jungle.
It was a display of talent. I don't know what adjective I would use, but it was a display.
We're diving Bulldog here. We are sending everybody toward the EDG mid laner, but out on the bottom side, Hope forced the flash away.
Good
and
flash.
in the 2v1 goes 1-for-1.
Did still have the flash, or Leave did. So he wasn't dead to another tower shot even if he was still in range. Does have to base now as Kyle is on his way. He's actually has a TP. He might cancel. No, hook shot not quite long enough. ZDZ is rotated over.
ZDZ flashing forward, can't get a stun, and right into the petrifying gaze of Shanks. It is Tarzan picking up a fourth, and here comes Breathe from the side. Bulldog forced to flash away, but Breathe right on top of him. It is a 5th kill for Tarzan.
All right, it's getting to that stage again, Yanni. They lost one dragon, but it's feeling just like game number 1 with 13 minutes in, 3k lead. AL are kind of just running away with this. Hope gets a 1-for-1 in the dive. And then Shanks and Tarzan are doing so much work together. Linking up and stopping ZDZ from getting in, stopping Xiaohao from doing anything. What's the soul of this game? A lot better.
You can feel the ground crumbling under EDG, and it looks like that might continue. Perukia hits the hook, but maybe he didn't want to. Leave is going to get hit with the all-out. He is forced to flash away, but the entirety of AL is down on this bottom side. No wave, luckily for EDG, as it could have spared their lives.
Well, that's all is pretty scary. We are a while away, but I think that AL are going to be a little bit more encouraged to go for the dragons in this. Look at the flashes on EDG. 0. They all flashed in recent fights. 2 of them flashed at the exact same time, leaving Perukia both using their flash. Shanks now currently dealing with ZDZ.
Dominus land, Shanks flashing forward and will get the job done in the 1v1. Kyle showing up just because he's a cool guy and wanted to help out his buddy.
Yep. One of the instances of the flash being down, Shanks uses his. ZDZ gets killed in the matchup. And Tarzan still has his flash. At any moment, here he comes.
Okay. Yeah, we are going in. It's Kyle who gets engaged on first. Tarzan flashing forward. Leave is so close to death, and he does manage to get away, but on the backside, Chao finds Kyle, and now the turn's on to Tarzan, and now it's EDG that are able to turn this one around. It's a double kill for their Kiana, and no Milio on this team, but a breath of life into EDG as they're going to start the Herald.
Yep, feels good to get a win for EDG, but it is off of a mistake of AL. An unforced mistake where they just dive 2v4. Having a bit of fun. CDZ looking to find hope.
Oof. He's going to find a lot of damage and tuck his tail between his legs and get away. Let's take a look at this replay. Once I saw Kyle position here, I was very worried about what was going to happen.
Yeah, a bit of desync here. Kyle taken down very quickly. Tarzan can't deal with leave. And then Tarzan is just too far forward. Back at live, looks like Perukia actually is the one who got the Herald and then was taken down directly after. Now Breathe in the bot lane, doing okay in the matchup against ZDZ, against his lane partner. But, I mean, Herald secured for Perukia. Yeah, he had to die for it, but that's an objective.
You'll take it at this point. With the way that the series has gone for EDG, game 1 being an absolute rout, game 2 trending that way, at least they got something there. They were able to punish the overextension. I mean, credit to them. You know, it's something that it feels like every LPL team can at least do, no matter how far behind they are. If their opponent overextends, generally speaking, they are at least able to punish. So we can add that to their bag of tricks in their gameplay. But it's not exactly a trick that you want to be known for.
Well, Leave is going Dusk and Dawn, which is a very interesting build. It is like an on-hit version, but kind of reliant on getting passive as quickly as possible. Kind of more of the AP version, which we don't see that often. At least outside of top lane. Perukia does have the Herald, which he could use during the fight of this next dragon, could use in mid lane as well to help get some prio, or just even crash against the tower and get the tower. I think it's got 3 plates left. It's Grand Starfall.
Here comes Tarzan. A lot of damage on the Xiao, down to half HP. Takes the full brunt of the Mega Inferno Bomb, and the Herald got dropped in the mid lane.
Yeah, that has to be a mistake.
Just a bit of a distraction, or as you said, maybe trying to use the sweep or something like that. Over on the side, Perukia is going to get caught there, but he will be able to hook to a turret. And yeah, not the best use of that Herald, Jay Beto.
I mean, maybe there's a world in which he was trying to give it to Xiao to get out, but it was way too slow to try to do something like that. I think there were so many options for the Herald, and that was not one of them, in my opinion. If you were going to use it for a fight, you would love it 25 seconds from now when the dragon spawns, but instead, EDG look like they're just going to be giving the dragon up completely, going for some top camps instead, pushing out some waves as well.
Yeah, I was thinking that a Battle Herald would probably be the best usage. Use it to try to get a couple of knockups on multiple members and then crash into a wall and follow up with a hook and an ultimate or something like that. But now you don't have that, and now you're likely going to die here. Is Xiao got caught in the cage, and it's Kyle picking that one up. Teleport to the backside. There's EDC with the shield and the dominus, but everybody on the side of anyone's legend is there to receive him and keep the Croc locked down.
Yep, not too bad. Here as... Oh, I gotta turn that down. My bad. Dragon now the option if AL want to go towards it. Pretty easy for them to do. EDG are struggling in this series. I am going to come out and say that I do not think they will be getting their win today. But showing some signs of improvement.
Jay Beto.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Pretty good catch here onto Xiao. Fairly simple. AL, they're not even... They don't... It doesn't even look like they're really doing anything that's that crazy or needing to. Obviously, that's what happens when you're this much better than another team. I'm not trying to say that they are not doing anything good. They are. But when you're this much better than another team, you end up kind of making them look a little silly. And that's just how it is. 2 dragons, so that's not... that's a positive, I guess, for EDG. But they're going to need some really big wins here soon. And this is not one of them. That's a lot of damage.
Reptile and reptile violence there. It's not okay. The animal kingdom up in the top side.
Just snakes beat crocodiles in real life. I don't feel like... I don't know.
I don't know, but wouldn't you know that? Doesn't your country have Steve Irwin? The knockup is on the backside here. We do get a shutdown, but Tarzan looking to get to leave. He will slowly and finally fall. Stun is onto Tarzan, but he's got a double kill. Might even be a triple kill. Now Bulldog's going to be the last target, and Tarzan with the spear is not going to quite reach, so there won't be a quadra for him, but it will be Hope, who cleans up the final kill and gets an ace for anyone's legend.
Yeah, Breathe pushing in the mid lane as well. EDG looking desperate, but it is good that they're making plays on the map, not just sitting there and losing the game. Baron, a potential option soon for AL. It's very early, but they're so far ahead. Looks like already pings coming out potentially. I think they do need Shanks to do the Baron fast enough. This is a good flash, but the fact that Shanks can buy enough time for his team to rotate in, and even in the 4 versus 2, 1 is all they can get.
Yeah. There's not really much more to say. When you are down this far, it's hard to play League of Legends. Whether you have played whether you're a League of Legends player and you've been in this position before, or you're a long-time League of Legends watcher and you've seen other teams in this position, you know it's just so hard to come back from this. And you're just looking for any individual goodness that you can get here. Kyle and Hope looking to hold the rest of EDG at bay while their teammates look to finish off the Baron down to about 4,000 HP, but looks like they're pulling off the Baron into a turn. ZDZ pops that Dominus, wants to go in. Kyle on the knockup, but knocked back by the Satchel Charge. It is a kill going over to EDG, and now Breathe is going to be the next target, down to half HP. Hook does land. Supreme Display of Talent as well as EDZ once back in. Flash, stun is there. There's a kill for Xiaohao, but Breathe stays alive and gets a kill on the way out. Now it's a 4v2. Perukia a little low, but EDG will take their prize and walk away.
Okay, pretty ambitious Baron. It actually went down really slowly. I said that you needed to wait until the cast was here. They did, and it still was slow. I think AL caught off guard a little bit by how slow the Baron really was. Kyle dies before he can do literally anything. And Breathe, despite holding down the front line, is taking so much damage from this Varus. Hope as well gets flashed on and killed very, very quickly by Xiaohao. A really well-executed fight from EDG. AL, and they are far enough ahead that they don't lose the game off of a play, but if they did lose Baron, if the play continued, now we're talking about losing too much. So, gotta be careful with plays like that.
And Jay Beta, we are at the point in the game where if EDG win another fight similar to that, in a similar fashion, we're talking about them potentially back in the game. The AL gold lead is 3,500, which is large enough that you're comfortable, but small enough that if you make a mistake, you've let the other team back in the game. So I expect this to be around the time that AL is going to look to tighten up there. Already back to the scene of the initial crime, getting a lot of wards down. This next dragon's going to be coming up in 35 seconds. It would be their Cloud Soul point. See some benefit from it. Not a ton, but some.
I think that Xiaohao being down, like 8-1 for Tarzan, 5-4 for Xiaohao, but Xiaohao's up 2,000 gold is really helping this.
Yes.
Also, Shanks not being able to participate in that fight. He is most of the gold for AL, most of the actual impactful gold, because he was separated from his team there. Wasn't able to do a whole lot. Very interesting build. No tier on the cast. It's Roa, Rocket Belt, and Actualizer. Kind of Rise build, to be honest. We've seen some Rises go towards the Rocket Belt. but also still no tier, which Rise would also go. So I'm a little confused about this build. Actualizer will do a lot of damage, but AL here first around the river. They'll start up the dragon.
EDG looking to muscle their way in. Kyle from the side forces the flash out of Leave and gets on top of him. And that Mega Inferno Bomb did so much damage. And the health bars, the math is just not there for EDG. It is another triple kill for Tarzan. ZDZ will lead the rest of the team on a wild goose chase. He will slice and dice back, but it is all futile. It is another kill for Shanks. He is 6-1, and it's AL moving on to the Baron.
This is pretty close. If anyone shows up at all, this wouldn't be possible to do, but Xiaohao is able to get the dragon to himself, as he does do quite a lot of damage on this Kiana. So there's that, but you are losing Baron. Now, AL are going to take the Baron win condition and hopefully try to end the game off of this. Really good engage from Kyle. Gets the flash out of Leave, then lands the ult. Like you said, Mega Inferno Bomb does so much damage to the Tarzan. Q flash ripping through all of EDG, and Shanks is here now. And that's where most of the gold, like we were saying before, is. ZDZ can't get away. He just tries to dash in and do what he can. Maybe he can get a pick, but he'll just fall down.
Felt like AL were kind of leaning back in their chairs, and after that fight near the Baron, they went back into the gamer pose, hunched over and ready to crush EDG at the next opportunity, and they certainly did. So now it's going to be a Baron power play. It's already given them a little bit of gold, but they will head up to this top side to take down this top tier 2 and expand their lead further.
Well, look, we'll get maybe a tower. Maybe he won't even get the tower, but I think AL are looking to end the Baron on this timer. 2 minutes is a bit risky, but
Leave! Oh no!
Leave is struggling.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go to live up to his namesake and leave the area and go heal up. Well, Tarzan just taking turret shots with reckless abandon because we are now in a similar game state to game 1. 27 minutes into the game, Baruki is going to land this hook. It's good damage going in onto Breathe, but look who's coming in over the top. It is Tarzan.
Wow.
Team a little disconnected. Xiaohao gets a kill on the backside, but look at the rest of AL. Hold this front line. Leave is low and dead. ZDZ will die. They got Breathe, but it's just Breathe trying to make sure that his team can have the numbers advantage to knock down these Nexus turrets. The first Nexus turret will fall. Perukia in the bosom of the fountain will not result in a change to this game. The Nexus is exposed, and anyone's legend clean up EDG in a clean 2-0 series victory.
Yep, Kyle nearly solo killed Kiana there at the end on this Camille champion. Maybe that says something about potential nerfs needed on this champion, but either way, AL played incredibly well. They've made a mistake around Baron, but for the most part in this entire series, they looked unstoppable. Breathe looks comfortable on the team right now. Some great TPs in game 1. Some pretty good frontlining in game 2. And I think that there should be no question that this team is contesting the top.
No doubt about it. We need to talk about how we need to see Breathe on these carries show up a little bit more, get a little bit more opportunity. Game 2, they put him on the tank. Game 1, he got counterpicked after the NAR came out. That early, and he wasn't asked to do a whole lot. That early lane was tough for him, but otherwise played quite well. And that's really the only question mark that we have about this team outside of can Hope play the weak side well. And in 2 games of playing weak side, he played pretty well. Now again, it is EDG. We're now 0-5. They are the worst team in Group Ascend. So not a whole lot you can really take from it. But given the way AL's other matches have gone, this is still good signs. They can get it done against anybody. They can, destroy EDG seemingly at will. And it feels like they'll be able to do so to a large part of this league. They are looking to be the top 2 team that we know that they were in 2025 and have the potential to be, but haven't necessarily lived up to that in 2026. A little bit of a late bloom in this season. We'll have to see what changes on the horizon will do to affect this team, because if they can keep it this way and keep up what they're doing, happy to send them to Worlds again and have similar expectations to maybe last year.
MVP for this series, I think, has to be Tarzan. Not only game 1, but game 2 was unbelievable. An unbelievable performance from him. So to have not only the Nefiri, but the Pantheon 2 just completely pop off. What an excellent performance from the Star Jungler. Going through an interview right now. Shouldn't be too long before we get to the the post graphics, and then see who is the MVP for the series as well. But I think there's no choice. I think Tarzan had such an amazing series.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can we give player of the game of game 2 to Xiao?
No.
Why not?
Because
He deserves it, man.
Tarzan
he tried.
is him.
He tried. He deserved it. He put in a really good effort out there. Can we at least give him an honorable mention for being proactive with these kills? Listen, the rest of the team collapsed around him, but he got his.
We can give an S MVP. If you've played Marvel Rivals before,
No.
you'll know what I'm talking about.
No.
Someone will know. The MVP
What
on
does
the
it stand
losers.
for?
I actually have no idea what it means. I don't know what MVP stands for, but it's just what you give to the other team, and I can see that. I don't mind it. Yeah, this is to be expected as an outcome for this series. I don't think anyone is super surprised. Obviously, EDG are unhappy. They've got a lot to work through. They're the team so far in Group Ascend that is struggling the most after all of those crazy change-ups with a bunch of new teams coming into Group Ascend. EDG is still winless, which is not where you want to be at all.
EDG's next game won't be until next Wednesday, so they will have some time to iron out some of the kinks and maybe take a new approach. The bad news is it is against Top Esports, which is not going to be an easy feat. In fact, week 3 for EDG, Jay was kind of brutal. They go up against Top Esports on Wednesday. Then next Friday, they'll go up against JDG. And then the next day, next Saturday, the 8th of August, is BLG. I just don't know where you're going to potentially find a win. I think their next potential win could be against LGD.
Yeah,
Maybe, and that's not until week 4, August 14th. I mean,
tough week coming up for sure.
Yeah, that's a pretty brutal stretch of Top Esports, JDG, who again, as we said, they're dealing with their own stuff right now. BLG, and then into AL again. I don't know, man. For AL, this stretch is quite a bit easier. Thunder Talk tomorrow, Team WE next Thursday, and then LGD on Saturday the 8th. So perhaps seeing AL extend an undefeated streak rather far, actually, looking very far into the future. Next time they're playing against a top 4 team isn't until week 5.
Good damage coming out from Bulldog and Leave, but not enough compared to the damage that Tarzan and Hope and Shanks were coming out with. Bulldog, the only person who's even remotely close. Great drafting from AL, great team play from AL. I don't think that there's too much to really pull from this series, other than AL are a really good team and will kick your butt when they're better than you. And Tarzan is really good. That's what I got from this series.
Yeah, and what's really funny about Tarzan being really good is this is something that you could have gotten from the Top Esports series too. You know, I mean, he played really excellent in that series. He's playing excellent League of Legends right now as a whole. And again, a lot of that is just because they're able to link up with Kyle. This duo of Tarzan and Kyle is one of the best duos not only in the LPL, but one of the best jungle support duos in the world. We saw it last year. We are seeing it now here in Split 3 against some better competition than EDG. I hate to say it that way, but there's really no other way to put it. So I'm just looking to see these guys continue to do crazy stuff and keep this momentum up against, the next time they play BLG, the next time they play Top Esports, even Team WE, who are all of a sudden a very, very scary team, and be potentially torchbearers for the region internationally once again.
Yep. It's kind of crazy, the WE, which we will be seeing later on tonight, just a little bit. But I also think Breathe has had a good series tonight. And I think that that's very important because he played against, I believe it was Wenbo on BLG, and I wasn't super impressed with that performance from either of them, but Breathe feels like he stepped up in this series at least. He still hasn't, fully got there in terms of like where AL were, in my opinion, but he's getting pretty close. I am a fan of how Breathe has looked, and I think he's going to continue to grow really well in this team. Hey, look, one EDG highlight.
Yep, this was the one fight, and again, we talked about it in a game, or in this game earlier, with that wayward play in the topside jungle. EDG can still punish when things are, you're being a little too aggressive. And, there's a favorable fight for them.
Look at this.
They can punish you regardless of how far ahead you are. Back to your Breathe point, it is pretty great to see that he's doing quite well on this team to kick things off. As good as Flandra as a player is, things were just not working with this AL team and him anymore, which is a shame because of how good this team was in 2025. We aren't going to see him tonight, I don't think, but could see him down the line for a certain 3-letter team that is playing in the very next series.
Maybe. Who knows? You'll have to tune in to watch.
Or you can just follow people on Twitter and see all the rumors.
Tarzan, player of the game. Makes sense. This should be Tarzan, player of the series. It's very simple.
How would he... I'm looking for a scenario where somebody would get double player of the game but not player of the series. I don't really think that could ever conceivably happen. But I'm thinking, what would you need to do in order to not get MVP for 2 games but then get player of the series?
I think in this case, when it's a player getting both games MVP, it's not possible. But if it was like a 3-game series, you could have been MVP games 1 and 3, and you were the best performing on your loss. Could definitely see it.
Well, 6 out of 8 MVP votes in that game for Tarzan once again. This time around, a double mid lane coming out of the casters, but AI with Tarzan. So what is
AI calling Pantheon?
We had the 100 strike hound. Okay, it doesn't say anything about the champion. Just says his Pantheon play. So if you had to name Pantheon something akin to what Neferi was named earlier, what would you name it?
Was it the 100 strikes hound?
It was the 100 strike hound.
He's a human, right? He's not a god?
I don't know. I know League lore pretty well, but I'm calling him the aggressive phalanx, that's for sure.
Okay, so I want something with his spear.
Well, so you know what the phalanx is, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have a phalanx,
shield.
Does
the
he?
shield. Yeah, his shield ability.
Oh,
where he goes in. Yeah. So he's got his shield and his spear. Get it in the camera eventually. See, I'm Greek, so I gotta show my love for Greek lore, and
like this
and the phalanx. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
This reminds me, I need to go get tickets to the Odyssey.
I've heard good things. All right. Yeah, I think. I mean, you were talking about to me, leave and the question mark about the majors, and I do still agree that there is a question mark there for sure, but that's a question for another day. EDG are gonna have to find something in this, group, because they are struggling. They struggled this game completely, but it's just an individual thing, right? It's not like, oh, their macro is really bad or their team fight set up so bad. Everyone was just losing everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're losing everywhere, Jay Beto, you're gonna find it hard to win League of Legends. I know it's a hot take, but you need to have someone or something to hang your hat on if you're EDG, and it's just not happening at the moment. There's still, a decent bit of split to go, so maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to change their fate. A team looking to change their fate is going to be Team WE, as they are taking on BLG. Once again, have had a lot of very close series against the BLG, are looking to move ahead and take a victory against the top team in the LPL. There's one thing for almost certain, Jay Beno, is that the series is likely to go 3 games. But one thing for absolutely certain is that it'll be Quacks India taking you through that series. That'll be it for us two here. We're going to take a short break, do the caster swap, and then on the other side, the series of the night and maybe one of the best series of the week, Team WE, BLG, coming at you.
have enough of a objective lead. And
Oh
I
my
flash
God.
forward from Taiwan. They get their way on the leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron.
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is gonna go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him with the
without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perukia, as well as that flash.
And
Well, now
Wembo's
Hex
ending
Flash
the
coming up,
game.
and yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh, they
ZDZ's
back
recall.
off.
He has to teleport into this.
50-50.
Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone. And now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other four members of BLG. One big kick onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give?
dead!
And Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a one game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wembo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has Flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro. He
Oh!
just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Marcel.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on the YCX here. A wall bang comes through on the Fungyue. Fungyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. Four-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Gala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A pentakill.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where it's Dia and Quacks back with another BLG series, as we were just 2 days ago. And Quacks, this time, things are looking a little bit different. BLG and Team WE, as Yanni said just minutes before you saw our faces, might very well be our best match of the week. There's a lot of hype around this matchup. There's a lot of hype around these two teams, and with AL having played just before, we've seen what teams at the top of the LPL can look like.
It's a recent history too, Dia. I mean, going back to last split, I think BLG versus WE, both of those best of fives in the playoffs were among the best series of potentially even the year. I think that the result of WE actually being able to, after such a tumultuous and frankly very bad regular season split in the spring, upset the top-seeded team, send them to the lower bracket, and then that long-awaited rematch in the lower bracket to see who will be going to MSI afterwards. It was really exciting to see. It was really exciting to witness. And now we're back in split number 3. It's a new meta, and only one of the players is different. So I feel like the grudge match is going to continue.
Yeah, let's take a look at the roster that we've got for Team WE. As you mentioned, this is a team that really went the distance, and I mean from basically bottom of expectations to nearly top of standings in the last playoffs. We've got Cube, Monkey, Karis, About, and Urha. Monkey, of course, has been the focus of so much when we talk about Team WE, not just in this split, but even in last split, and it's up to WE to see how much that means today, and if they can change that at all, because yes, the strategy has been working, but it has also been the thing that has, I would say, been their most obvious weakness as well. When you have one way to win, I think a lot of people can see that not just as a strength, but also as something that you can very easily target and deconstruct. However, despite that, as you mentioned, their last playoffs was really incredible and really put WE on the map in a much more significant way than they were during the regular season. We've highlighted them in red, but the important thing about these two series is not just that WE either won and then nearly won one of them, but that this was nearly an elimination of BLG from the playoffs entirely.
It was, and I think a lot of people now that BLG rather have changed out a man, right? We have Wembo in the top lane, are maybe putting these teams at parity. You've got WE kind of on the rise in split number 3. BLG, despite being 4-0, have not been without their struggles, and I do think look more mortal potentially than they were in split number 2. So really expect this to be a fun series. And you were talking about it, at least for WE, being the monkey show. But as of right now, I would also say that both Karis and Cube have really impressed me thus far. And I think that the trust WE as an organization have had in their solo laners to play their style has really evolved throughout the year. As we did see at the start of the year in 2026, Cube was really just a tank man. He was a role player. He was doing what the team needed him to do, and he was not complaining whatsoever. But we've been seeing more willingness from WE to put him on some of the carries, to put him on some of these more aggressive picks. And I think that Karis as well, that trust has also grown because we're seeing more of his Akali. We saw that last series when they were against EDG, and he looked phenomenal. So the overall growth of the players and the organization in those players has been really cool to see, and I think it is what has given them a successful split 3 so far.
I mean, you would have heard Quack's reference it just seconds ago, but this whole Wenbo changeup has been something that I've been really fixated on. And even coming into today, I was like, who on earth are we going to actually get playing in the top lane? Because that has been such a constant point of discussion for BLG. Right now we've got Bin, Flandre, and Wenbo all in the mix. And from week to week, from, I don't know, I know what Twitter is a tweet, although it's X now, and X is not an X. It doesn't matter.
No, we're still calling it Twitter.
But if you Weibo something, what is it? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
If you wait,
are you Weiboing it?
Yeah, I don't know. If you Weibo, okay, I've got something. We're gonna go with it for now.
I feel like we're gonna have to talk about this as the broadcast goes on.
Yes, I think so. But in all of the recent Weibuns that we have seen, there's been so much conversation about who is going to be showing up in the top lane. We do still have Wenbo today, so we have pulled the slot machine and come up Wenbo. As to who is going to come up in future weeks, not even the players seem to know.
And I do think that, to give a little bit of credit over to Wenbo, the last series that we saw of him that we cast Dia against LGD, he did look pretty good in my opinion. There were a few hiccups here and there. I think that the biggest Achilles heel weakness that I've been able to find of Wembo's play thus far has just become overextensions. I do think that some of the positioning around the team fights, especially when they're just starting out, if he gets picked off, then it really means BLG can't take the fight. That's happened a few too many times for my liking, but as we've said, willing to give him some grace just because he isn't a more experienced player, because he is coming in on super short notice with players that, frankly, are not just best in their position in terms of LPL players, but potentially best in their position in terms of players around the world. So I think that when you are stacking against them, it's pretty difficult for a LDL player to be on the same level as legitimately top of the world-class talent in your respective position.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, ourselves included, are going to be watching this series and just, in a BLG series expecting a lot from the top lane, because that's the expectation that has been set for the last 2 splits, if not longer. And yet,
Right.
If I'm Wenbo, this split, these few games, they have been huge for the brand. Coming out of the LDL, you play in a top team and actually, look good against these, as you say, top laners. Whether you look as good as Bin or Flandre, honestly, is sort of immaterial. It has been a fantastic split for Wenbo so far to put himself on the map in a lot of ways, and I'm sure secure his career in the LPL for the next few years in a much more significant way. Speaking of secured careers, though, one of the matchups that we like to talk about a lot is the mid lane, because whenever BLG are playing, you know that Knight is going to make it about him. On the other side, Karis did a pretty good job of making it about him last series against EDG for WE. So there's something going on here.
Karis has absolutely, like I said earlier, been having some phenomenal series, and I just think because WE have been willing to give him the ball more often on some of those comfort picks, on those more high-octane mid laners, it has really paid off, and so we've been seeing them also be banning champions like the Cassiopeia, who ground the high-octane mid laners, who ground those mobile mids. And then on the other side, we had Knight. I will say, not to early caster curse anything, Dia, but we were hyping up the Knight Orianna in our last series, and that went terribly. So 11-game win streak rise. Maybe we're just ending all of the Knight crazy statistics here in our casts for BLG.
That is definitely possible, especially coming into today's matchup with WE, the nearly BLG Slayers. I would love to give them that title if they can earn it today, ideally, and in this split. If not, somebody has got to stop BLG on their way to a 3rd split win. And WE, at least off of last time these teams faced up, do seem like the best bet. Another important note coming into today as our players take to the stage is that with this last series that AL played, a WE win here would keep them in contention for the top of the standings, and it would actually tie all 3 teams, AL, WE, and BLG, at the top of the standings in Group Ascend right now. If they lose here, however, BLG become a much more difficult team to touch.
And that was the expectation that we set in the LGD series, and I think the expectation that every cast has been putting forth whenever you talk about BLG. You want to see this team win every game. You want to see this team win the games convincingly, because you want that top team in the LPL. You want that trust, that faith to continue when you talk about things beyond just the LPL regular season into playoffs, into potentially even worlds. It's about convincing that they are still the monsters that the entire world has to fear. And so I do think going 5-0, obviously a really good way to do that, but a loss here would maybe get some people a little bit skeptical, but it would also do a lot for Team WE, because I feel like you think back to where this team was in split number 2, just the 1-13 series scoreline looming over their heads. If they're able to beat BLG in the regular season, if they're able to tie for first, I feel like that kind of scrubs off that stain just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be feeling significantly, feeling significantly better, of course, as BLG, if you can just wipe this matchup off the face of the map like it never existed. And as WE, this is kind of your chance to complete with. That's just not the thing in English that I'm looking for, but to finally make it to the point that it looked like you were about to hit last split. And a big question around WE is, yes, they've looked good so far. Are they looking as good as they were towards the end of last split? And here they very much could be. As we talked about, this series also comes with a decent amount of risk for BLG, because if they were to lose this series, not only do they become mortal, but they also become pretty easily surpassable by the other top squads like WE and AL that would be positioned right next to them in the standings. However, we've got to play Game 1 first to discover how realistic this possibility is. For that, we must go back to the draft. Cassiopeia once again banned by WE, interestingly enough, and the Orianna removed by BLG.
And then we also see the Ambessa being banned away by WE as well. That maybe signals to me that BLG, or WE rather, might have some priority on potentially things like the Rumble if they wanted to go for that. Like we said in the pre-show, Dia, they have put a lot more faith in Cube to play these higher damage top laners, these more selfish, resource economy heavy top laners. So maybe points to that being a possibility. BLG, on the other hand, actually going to be the ones to ban the Ezreal, despite Viper probably being the best Ezreal in the LPL.
Seems like really respecting the flexibility that WE will have in this draft. I mean, I really am expecting Rumble to be one of the first picks that we see for WE, given that it's been left up. I don't think you want to let this go. Cube has played it the most by far in this split, but you've also got options like the Rise, and yet, Syndra is the first lock-in for WE. Why might this be?
I think they're really trying to set up for a strong mid-jungle here. We talked about Monkey a little bit in this pre-show, you know, contrary to everyone else who has been doing pre-shows with WE, talking about Monkey a lot. He really has been the focal point. Yeah, you know, just gotta say, we got their pre-show without mentioning Monkey more than a dozen times. I mean, he's been such a focal point for this team. He's talked about a lot for good reason. So I think Syndra is a good champion to set him up for that early game aggression he's so popular for. BLG, on the other hand, though, gonna pick up some main staples in the meta right now. Camille in the support role for On, and then Viper probably gonna be the one to pick up this Xerath. This is going to be his third game of the pick, and he won the other two. So just gives you a lot of that poke, gives you a lot of that safety, and also just signals to me that On will be, as per usual, leaving the lane at level 2, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, and you've been very outspoken about Viper and his flexibility onto mages being a really strong point of this player. The fact that he's got Xerath, theoretically, that he can use in this matchup to let On roam so much on the Camille, let him have this incredibly high impact, is fantastic. And the Poppy as a nice counter to Camille. It's not a 100% done deal that Camille isn't going to be a problem, but it does make things a whole lot easier, especially wherever Poppy is, likely in the bot lane. You are going to have at least an easier time denying her the chance to one-shot your carry. On the other hand, Rumble, the pick that we were looking for from the very beginning, finally gets locked in for WA.
So Rumble going to be the answer by Cube, and then Wembo going to respond with the Yorick in kind. This does mean that Karis is maybe setting himself up for a pretty decent lane. We can see that there are no mid lane answers by BLG unless they really want to get weird with it and place the Xerath there, which, you know, is like a 2-3% maybe a 6-7% possibility of that being the case. But we see that WE are just taking away a lot of the rough matchups for the Syndra. Akali going to be the ban. If they want to pay respects to the Night Rise that we talked about, that could also be the second ban away here. But then on the other hand, BLG just seem to be really wanting to make sure About can't get any aggressive ADCs up here to potentially pair with the Poppy. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe even see something like the Caitlyn banned away as well, just so that you aren't able to match the range and you also aren't able to set up for those traps.
Poppy has been terrorizing everyone's solo queue games recently, and it is even though, as we talked about, Camille being much stronger right now, Poppy has been frustrating to play against. So we'll see if they can double down on that. BLG, however, are considering their fourth pick, something that we'd really like to see. There we go. Go to Shun if they can, just to keep the possibility of the Xerath flex open. And I think it's nice to pick up a generically strong jungler on top of that. Like you talked about, very unlikely that we see the Xerath move, but you want to have the threat.
And we see the Sylas was actually banned by WE, so this also maybe leads to them thinking, hey, let's put Monkey on the Poppy, and then maybe we can go something like an Alistar to pair up with the Sivir. I think that Alistar is another champion that's quite good at being able to match the Camille, because the moment you go for the hook shot, you just headbutt them away, and then also that can break the Hextech ultimatum. So I wouldn't hate if they say, you know what, we're going to adapt the Poppy to jungle, we're going to give that over to Monkey, because it is a good matchup into the Nefiri, in my opinion, and also just make sure that the Camille has a harder time, because Poppy and Alistar, I feel like you're going to be having a rough game if you're on.
Yeah, it's basically make sure to leave, ward the lane, and hope that you don't run into Poppy as well. It is a lot of disengage onto the main way that BLG have to start fights, though, and that is concerning because with the amount of disengage, with Sivir, with Alistar, with Poppy that you now have, BLG are lacking in a way to actually start a fight. I know that they have Camille, but Camille can only do so much, and W have countered a lot of it.
And then the last pick going to be the Knight Rise, so gives a lot of side lane threat to BLG as well. Combining that with the Yorick just means you'll have a lot of agency around that area, and then Shun and On can kind of move into that space to make the roaming happen. But it's a tough comp, in my opinion, for BLG to pilot. I think that WE had a really good read. They do, however, in my opinion, lack a big engager, in my opinion. I think that a lot of the oomph of this WE comp comes down to the disengage, waiting for BLG to go onto them, and then going from there to try and make a lot of your spells more potent onto the backline. But their actual ability to start up a fight might be something concerning, and we've seen so many times when teams aren't willing to pull the trigger against BLG, they will find the craziest angles to get a fight started. We saw it against LGD, where they were literally willing to trade 1-for-1 just to get a play going, and then the rest of BLG would clean house from there. They can do some downright disrespectful stuff to get the fight going, and I feel like this is a comp that kind of calls for that sort of style from them.
Now, we talked about the stakes for this matchup, BLG and WE, a matchup that WE did nearly win twice in the playoffs. Have they positioned themselves best to do it again? It's time to find out.
Hook shot, not landing there, so no level 1 shenanigans, which is quite surprising. I say that, and immediately Shun is getting invaded on his blue buff.
You've caster cursing even the jungle camps, it seems. Now, it doesn't end up being too bad, as BLG can ultimately just back off, and Shun gets to play things relatively safe just starting on the Wolves. Blue is going to be warded for the time being, making things a little bit more difficult. But On will also be making sure that Viper has an easy go of the first couple levels.
Just a couple of hits there onto Shun, so everything will be returning as usual. We saw the Raptor start come out from Monkey and then going to Wolves. Now Grump, so it looks like he's actually going to be looking to try and reverse clear, but that ward that was placed down earlier by BLG is going to spot him, so they'll probably have an idea that this is happening. And for both Shun and Monkey, I feel like the early impact really is something, but especially for the case of Shun, it's about snowballing, because outside of your damage, it's very hard to get value from this Nefiri pick, whereas Monkey, if nothing happens early, he's content just playing that peel that we mentioned in draft.
One of the things that we had been pretty liberal about mentioning with Shun in their last series as well was that there have been occasions this split where Shun tries to get things going a little too hard for the rest of BLG. He can overextend quite a bit, even around the mid lane, and especially with Kara's having Syndra that they first picked for WE. I could definitely see situations arising in this game where Shun gets a little bit too aggressive around the mid lane, but Karis is there significantly before Knight, and we just end up with sort of an old Yeller situation.
This definitely is a game and a comp and a situation where I think Shun is going to have to be prone to reeling it in a little bit, not being aggressive like we talked about, to the degree where it gets him killed, as we, like you aptly put, Dia, have seen throughout this split. So good call out there. We do see the junglers moving toward the mid lane. Just the usual gameplay of the summer split, but On actually stepping up way too far, having to burn that summoner for seemingly not really a discernible reason.
Definitely wanted to put pressure on Karis for using his teleport so early. There's not a summoner that's going to be able to be matched by Knight, who desperately needs a reset. But with Shun and Monkey here, as you had mentioned, we could see an all-out skirmish here. Remember, Knight does not have a whole lot of mana to back this up, but Shun and On seem to be threat enough. Will they be able to crash this wave? Only the minimap will tell.
I don't think they will be able to. Arha there to tank some of the damage from the minions as well. Karis going to maybe try and cancel that back. Won't be able to do so, but I think overall BLG, they don't get any kind of a fight started in that mid lane, but that wasn't the goal. They just want to give Knight a bit more of a favorable wave state, given that he opted for the ghost and not the teleport, but now he's back, and now Arha is too, just pushing him off that wave, making it difficult for him to crash it once again.
Knight doesn't get the wave state he wanted, and now he's got to burn the ghost on top of it. Has Erha overextended with the back of a Karis and Monkey? It seems
no hook
not.
shot, no
Ignited
flash.
is the Alistair, but slammed into the wall is On, and it'll be first blood going to Karis in the mid lane.
Monkey making the difference there, showing up for the slam into the wall, and On, who hookshot into that fight initially to peel off his mid laner, and who flashed just about a minute ago, he goes down. So first blood goes over to WE, and it goes over to Karis as well. BLG spent so much time trying to give Knight a favorable wave state. The wave for Karis crashes, and he starts the game out with a kill, being able to get a lost chapter 5 minutes in.
You know, I know that we were just saying that Shun overextending in the mid lane quite often in the last couple of matches. This was Knight's fault. Knight griefed this 100%, and it feels bad. I understand his wave state wasn't exactly where he wanted, but now losing first blood to Karis has got to feel even worse.
He's going to get level 6 soon as well. I feel like Karis' kill threat significantly goes up in the next few minutes before Knight can get things like the Roa components to stack some of that health. He is very prone to getting one shot, so he's got to be holding on to that flash, making sure that he minds the power of this Syndra. But we see in the bot lane, Viper maybe looking for a stun. So far, I haven't seen a ton of action here in bot lane, but I feel like that's exactly what both of these AD carries want. They just want to scale and chill until the late game.
Cube's been suffering up in the top lane, and Shun, recognizing it, wanted to go for a gank, now ends up walking into the river as Equalizer will burn away the rest of this wave, mitigating a lot of the threat that Wenbo would otherwise have on top lane tower. Still, though, it is WE winning around the top side. They are small wins, but they keep their top laner alive. They get Scuttle Crab early on. This is looking good for WE, and it's up to an aggressive play from On to turn this around. Maybe he's found it, as indeed Urha will fall, and Knight is here just over the wall. Numbers advantage for BLG, but as About joins, that equalizes things up, and On nowhere to go, and slammed into the wall once again, will fall out. Is going to come the Rise ult as Knight goes over the wall, but I don't know about this Realm Warp. WE already got what they came for.
For sure worth it for WE, by the way. I mean, another kill onto Karis versus On being the one to get that kill. And now Wenbo looking for something, but takes a few too many turret shots, has to back away. But like we saw in that play earlier, I feel now if Karis can push out this wave, or they can find something to give him a good back, he should actually get first item. So this is a very early power spike coming through from the Syndra, and I'm interested to see when and how they're going to be moving him around the map. We've got Grubs in about 45 seconds. Dragon's been up for some time, but On has been controlling a lot of this neutral space, even at the cost of his own life at times, as we've seen in this game. It does, however, make some of these flashless targets on WE a little bit more cautious when it comes to maybe joining up in the river.
Urha's done a great job of roaming to match On as well. Like you talked about, the Alistair into Camille matchup can make Camille's life pretty miserable, and a lot of that is reliant on Urha being confident to leave his AD carry alone with Viper in the bot lane. That's worked out really well. The Sivir is taking care of herself, and Urha has matched On almost every step of the way, making sure that even against this immobile mid laner, there's not a lot of threat that BLG can output.
They're moving about toward the mid lane. I'm interested if they're going to try and shadow him to keep him hidden here and maybe say, hey, surprise, we have a numbers advantage. If BLG do in fact say, hey, let's go and try and contest for these grubs, which it seems like they are saying, No, we're good. There's a 2-item Syndra, and that's all the convincing we need to dip on this play.
2-item Syndra.
2-kill Syndra. 2-kill Syndra.
That would be a significant problem. And honestly, like you say, even 2-kill Syndra.
Well, he's close to 1 item, so I mean, he's halfway there.
We're trading in futures on the LPL English broadcast. We've still got a dragon, much in the past, to worry about. But WE are focused entirely on the top lane right now, where Wenbo, who's had a great time against Cube up until now, will be ejected unceremoniously from his tower. We'll lose a little bit of this CS, but ultimately, it's just a little bit of gold going over to W with that play.
So it looks like they weren't, in fact, going for the dive. They were just saying, hey, let's get him away from the turret so we can push in this wave. And now he's going to go back without a wave.
Nurha found him. Wenbo's pretty tanky, though. He might be able to make it. Monkey's joined in just to make sure that this tower is not a safe place. And Wenbo's got to move all the way back. Now, this is being matched. We're watching Wenbo suffer. But if you look at the mini-map, Cube's also suffering in the bot lane, being zoned off of his own wave.
He is. You can see Monkey with pretty high speeds of alacrity is going to be jetting straight towards the bot side, because now there might be a play in mid.
Stars flashing away now in between the towers. Monkey comes in to peel for him, but Shun flashes to secure the kill, eliminating this terrifying mid laner, who up until now has exerted so much pressure on the map, but BLG converged at the right time.
Good idea there from Monkey to try and cover the dive, but he's unfortunately too late. Doesn't really get off any of his damage either, so Shun is just going to be able to walk away from that one. Gets the Cyclo Sword on reset too, so Nefiri officially accelerated for BLG, and the dragon is still up, so if they want to try and flex this power, there is a neutral objective, a calling their name, Dia.
I'm wondering if we see one of these really long-lived drakes as well, since the game has already moved on to the point where normally we'd see second dragon spawning. We're going to take a look one more time at how Monkey saw the death of his mid laner.
Yeah, so commits the flash and then doesn't have the steadfast presence, so isn't actually able to cancel some of the mobile setup there from Shun. Really only just has the hook shot, or has the E there to try and peel for him, and that is not enough. So yeah, good look there from Shun, punishing what was, I would say, an overstay from Monkey trying to make that dive work when it very clearly wasn't going to. Wenbo is still, like you said, very tanky, and after the first time of knocking him from the turret, I feel like it was a gamble to even stay past there and not just assume Wenbo might reset.
Cube really wanted to take down the Maiden there, and actually having done it, could go for a lot more. Wenbo not very powerful without his ultimate available. Cube, knowing that, is going to get to push the advantage in top lane. It looks like BLG want to push their own down here, as Dragon has finally been leashed, but will it be able to be finished? Karis is roaming over. On knows this is happening, jumps over the wall onto him. No level 6 yet, but Knight pops the Ghost to run down this Syndra, who is currently very low. Knight's going to continue going for this. Urha is coming over. Will he get there in time to save his mid laner? He will not. On! Now the focus of this Alistair, while Monkey tries to eject Shun, but that gets dodged! Knight slammed into the wall. BLG flashing away. They got the pick. Now they get away.
They don't get the dragon, but they absolutely knock the Syndra down a peg yet again from 2-0 to 2-2. And Knight gonna get his first kill of the game. Just generally good setup there from On, and yet again, WE tried to save Karis' life. They are just barely too late, and he ends up going down. This time it was Arha who failed to complete the mission of saving Private Karis, but BLG now swinging this gold lead to about 2.3k. They're going to actually be the ones to start up the dragon, but Monkey is at about half HP and no flash. I do not think they can fully commit to this.
That's a scary dragon start. That's the kind of thing that you see in your games and go, I don't know if I don't know if we can do this one. BLG, however, certainly know that they can. Having reset off of their most recent pick, they retake the map. They are going to take the dragon. Viper rotates up to the mid lane. And there are gold leads across the board for BLG right now. I think that Wenbo is the one matchup. Yes, that is not true, and even his matchup going pretty well. BLG are running the rift 13 minutes into the game.
Viper going for right of the arcane. We'll hit some of them, but not enough of them to eliminate a bout. And you can see BLG going for resets and redeploys off of that dragon, so there really is no opportunity for a dive onto this Sivir. We'll end up getting out of there at the end of the day, but I feel like now we saw some really solid early game skirmishing from Team WE, but BLG ever since then, and ever since I feel the lane assignments have gotten a little bit more muddy, they have been so good about maneuvering around the map. And you know, one thing you can always credit Shun and On for is their persistence. We talked about the results of their aggressive play being somewhat mixed in this split so far, Dia, but one thing you can't deny is regardless of result, they keep trying.
And you know what? They keep winning.
I mean,
That's,
you know, is it the definition of insanity though when the result, but the result is like different? You know, it feels more like gambling than insanity.
yes, definitely much more gambling than insanity. We're despite whatever allegations you may have heard, still in a very sane spot in the LPL. Monkey, despite that, not looking too safe in his own jungle, and Urha, knowing that there are two people in the jungle right then, still wants to try and take up space against On and Shun. Shun gonna get away with a few of the Raptors, actually even steal the majority of that camp, but On is the one that gets engaged on. Still has hookshot to get away over the wall. Shun but gets stunned out of it. Now On slammed into the wall again as Shun is back up and both get ejected. Monkey plays savior to WE.
Monkey saving his AD carry, and really good coverage there from Shun as well. I think it was very difficult for Monkey to actually get involved there, and if that ultimate was dodged like it had been previously from the Nefiri, if something went awry, that could have very easily been more gold into the pocket of the BLG jungler, who now has a 2-level lead, Dia, at 15 minutes into the game. We complimented Monkey's early aggression and being able to make it difficult for Shun to get ahead, but ever since that first kill, the dive onto Karis, he has just been growing this gold lead exponentially.
It's gonna get even more difficult now. Tower going down in the bot lane. That is first tower over to Knight, who already had a gold lead. Keeping an eye on it now, just about 1,000 golds. A ridiculous lead for Knight to have, given that he was the one laning against a 2-0 terrifying Syndra. Through all that time, his CS looked good, which credit to Knight. That's exactly what you expect from a mid laner of his caliber. But now, he's moving that advantage up to the top lane, where Karis sitting up here a little bit too confidently with Wenbo, knowing he can go on him at any time. We've still got Realm Orb available, but Urha is in the area to cover his mid laner.
Right, and Rift Herald, Rift Herald was taken, but nobody has the eye in their inventory. Did no one pick up Rift Herald? Hang on, there's a fight started. We're going to talk about that later.
Hookshot again. Does get a stun connected on it. Stalling On for long enough that he will be the first to fall. Will he be the last though? BLG gonna get dove here. Realm Warp takes them out to safety, but leaves Knight alone under the tower while Shun and Wenbo get away. Knight pops the ghost, actually manages to sprint it down into Karis, taking him out, and the rest of BLG realizing they can turn the fight, start moving in. Wenbo sees Urha low. Shun's on the flank, and Viper coming from afar is gonna snipe Urha out of existence. WE shepherded out of the top lane aggressively. End up going 2 for nothing. No, 2 for 1 against BLG.
But Viper there just, you know, calling Alistair ground beef. He is both in the ground and a very beefy individual, so he ends up getting a freebie to top that play off as we go into the replay here. Good setup there from Arha, good hook shot there from On, but distance not really able to be covered regardless of that. And then the equalizer to follow up. I think what really breaks it here for BLG is the playpen from Wenbo. So creating that extra terrain allows for the Realm Warp to actually be completed, gives BLG some distance and some time over to Viper to get involved in this fight with the right of the Arcane. A lot of credit there to the former, I should say, LDL top laner. That one placement of the W gave them an opening and a window to trade some kills back, but back onto the replay, or back onto live here, I should say. WER into the Dragon, and Shun can't do anything as his team is not around.
Well, at least using a little bit of the extra time that they had to this time not just take the Dragon, but take out on once again. This Camille constantly punished just for stepping foot on the map. The snipe comes through from Viper, but this time will not kill through the locket.
No, it won't. So another freebie onto On, and you know, we keep saying it, he keeps looking for plays. The results may vary, but the consistency and the persistence to keep doing it is still there.
A quick reset from Viper. It's worth noting, it's not just Knight that's got a pretty wild lead. Now Viper's himself has just been a slow, steady thing. Shun also is working with an insane amount of gold over his opponent, and as you mentioned earlier, a level advantage as well. Given that, BLG, I would say, are firmly in control of the mid game. However, the last time we saw BLG's series, we were also looking at really big differences in comp and how they would scale. I'm not seeing that as clearly this game. These comps seem to do both pretty well in the mid and late game.
They do, and I think the big difference maker really has been Viper. I think that the Rite of Arcane damage he's been able to dish out has been really crucial, because not only has it provided damage for BLG, but it also removes a champion that WE can target, right? Because he's so far away, he's completely separated himself from the fight. It's basically a 4v5, but you can only get 4 of those members if you are WE, but they still got the firepower of 5 champions. So I think that Viper's involvement with the ultimate has really made the difference, has limited what WE are able to get in every single one of their skirmishes, and that sort of is adding up here now, as the kills are somewhat even, but the gold is anything but. A 5,000 gold lead here for BLG, as WE are going to look to try and close it by picking off On for what feels like the billionth time, but he will get away.
They've definitely got their sights set on him. Whenever On appears in WE's vision, they're getting aggressive, and that happens once again, even with Shun here as backup. The number's pretty even, all things considered, although Viper, low on mana, and importantly mispositioned in the river, does get lucky enough to walk this one out.
Still holds on to that flash as well. You can see that Knight is bot lane being shadowed by On. WE aren't concerned about that, though. They want to break down this mid lane turret, but the Xerath still has mana enough to thin out this wave, and has ult as well, so that's going to completely deter WE. They're not going to get the mid-tier 1 Dia. Look at the side lanes.
Yeah, Shun gets to pretend he's going to kill Karis. Meanwhile, Knight is actually winning the game. Takes down the tier 2, takes down almost half of the tier 1 tower, or sorry, tier 3 tower in the bot lane. Things are looking very good for BLG, because they are able to put out so much threat on WE that WE are not controlling their own game in any way.
No, they aren't, and we saw Wembo being potentially a pick target here by WE, but he is going to be protected by his team, and all this is really doing is taking away from WE being able to put on any pressure at Drag, as Monkey has to flash away, almost gets taken down. Karis does get taken down in the corner there. Solo kill by Knight. The game seems like it's kind of falling apart here, Dia.
Having trouble picking your battles, and when you finally get one, Knight wins it anyway. To bring this back, I've seen enough. That's a Knight MVP for
me. Give Knight the
MVP. This guy pushing down the bot lane, basically for the last, I want to say 10-15 minutes of the game. We're going to take a look at how this solo kill transpired.
All right, so flashes on the slow, so no CC. Pops the ghost. Yeah, Karis just says nowhere to run. Even I feel like you don't even need to flash there. Like you have to understand that you are dead no matter what. So that'll mean no flash for the Syndra ahead of this dragon if WE decide to try and contest for it. But it would only be second Drake for BLG, so not anything in the doomsday category of win conditions yet that WE have to respond to. They can be comfortable just giving this one up. But the question is, what are they going to do around the rest of the map? We've got push in top, we've got push in mid, but the wave clear from these mages right now, Dia, is just too much to ever touch those turrets.
Honestly, it's been ludicrous to watch how the waves do not get to touch the tower, and Han does not get to touch Monkey. Steadfast presence stopping that, but Wenbo certainly does. Wants to play Tickle Monster, but he gets knocked up, flashing underneath the tower. Wenbo will fall as Shun finally completes the kill on the other side. Karis going down as well, and Knight on the Omega flank, looking for the rest of WE. All shepherded into a corner. On would like to look for the engage, but is a little bit low to do so. Viper's poke may have to be the thing that ultimately whittles down WE. Knight's still coming around the side, and it looks like BLG have lost control of the play. They've certainly lost control of On, who's getting hunted down by Monkey. Jumps over the wall at 100 HP. Urha low, but have WE found their way out? They have not. Viper connects with another snipe. Cube is down. On picks up another. About manages to answer back, but this Sivir is lost in the sauce.
Oh, About is very much so on the wrong side of the tracks. He is going to actually flash over the wall. Is this going to be enough to cover the distance? All right, here we go.
He makes it. Oh, this guy is not lost in the sauce. He is making the sauce.
Yeah, he is. Monkey's lost in the sauce, though.
Yeah, that guy's dead.
Well, so
somebody had to die.
Somebody had to die, and WE losing their jungler, that death tempo is significantly desynced from the rest of his team. So BLG actually have 30 seconds essentially where there's no jungler for WE. They're all back onto the map. Baron is the obvious choice, and they are going to jet it straight toward there.
I really like this teleport, though. Equalizer just came back up. WE can actually make for a pretty decent poke contest of this. They just have to make sure not to get eaten alive by Viper's damage and leave Viper alone. It's Knight who comes in for the assassination. Viper's certainly been a focus for now, but BLG, recognizing that, take their time tracking down the divers and eliminating them one at a time. Karis, that guy's also dead. This contest has turned oopity-doopity for WE, and BLG will turn right back onto the Baron.
And now, I mean, just even 45 seconds later, who's dead and who's alive is completely different. Monkey is the only one on the Rift for WE. Everybody else is dead. And Monkey maybe not going to be alive for long as Knight is just popping the ghost. He smells blood in the water.
He's got the damage to do it. Slow connects for just a little while. Got to be back up on the way pretty soon as Urha leaves the base, but what Knight certainly accomplishes is keeping Monkey as many possible units from the Baron as possible, and we've even got another objective up if BLG want to go for it. There's a dragon on the board, and they're almost 10k gold up.
They were initially going to be taking that dragon a few minutes ago, but that got halted off of some picks and some prods. Now it is being resumed here by BLG, and my point from earlier I think still stands. WE aren't really in, well, first of all, they're not in a position to contest this at all, and there's no sense of urgency to do so as it is only BLG's second Drake of the game. So Soul likely not going to be a win condition if this game keeps panning out the way it has. BLG are 9,000 essentially gold ahead with only 2 dragons. They've got the Baron. This should be all they need to really put a bow onto this game. That and a couple other picks, and of course a Knight play that makes his MVP undisputable as per usual.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it. Speaking of Knight, he is moving up towards the top side right now, trying to deny the first tower from going down. BLG have not placed a single tower yet. Karis really wants it. I don't know if he'll be able to get it. Keeping an eye on how this transpires in the top lane. Knight gets to keep pushing down, denying, as we said, that first tower from earlier, forcing the back out of Karis, who can no longer stay in the same lane as this incredibly fed Rise. 300 CS, not a single death on the board for him, and 4 kills to top it off.
BLG still having the Baron buff for another minute here, but all of the inner turrets except for mid have been taken, so the standing gold is... you know, you gotta go a little deep into WE territory in order to get it, and Knight is actually maybe gonna go a little too deep. He's fine.
Connect, but you don't want to be fighting Wenbo either. About certainly doesn't want to be in whatever this is. Shun is right on top of him. Urha needs to back off into his own fountain as well, and that leaves BLG alone for just enough time to take out the inhibitor as Viper rejoins them for what I imagine is going to be the third inhibitor, as the second already going to fall.
Yup. BLG, Realm Warp toward the bot side. Wave is pushing in mid as well, so they're looking for the triple inhibitor. They've still got the Baron empowered minions. If any of the WE members step up, I feel like this is going to graduate from a triple inhibitor into reset, from triple inhibitor into maybe let's just end the game. Maybe they'll stay on the map to try that anyway, but it looks like they will show at least a little bit of timely mercy over to Team WE, at least for now. And really, again, gotta give, as we're almost certainly going to see BLG look for one final push off of these resets. Dia, give credit to Viper yet again. We talked about how difficult it was going to be for BLG to start up these fights, but who needs to start up a fight when you can just snipe them from 500 million miles away? And every skill shot from this guy has been landing.
Yeah, Xerath, and honestly, even the way that Shun and Knight have been playing has been such an interesting counter to WE's otherwise very disengage-heavy composition, because what we had anticipated is that BLG would run into a few problems. They really only had one source of engage, and if they wanted to do that, everybody from WE was just going to press their no buttons, and that was going to be it. But what BLG have discovered is that with the positioning of Knight, with the huge range of Viper, and with the non-committal way that Shun can get up in WE's face, disengage doesn't matter, because by the time you actually start a fight, they're already half dead.
Viper's been playing, what are those games at like the bars where you have the shotguns and then you're able to like shoot the deer? You can't shoot the deer, you have to shoot the moose. That's the game that Viper has been playing, is it looks like they are going to put a bow on this game. All three lanes have inhibitors down, and the super minions are pouring in, Dia.
I don't know in this metaphor who the deer is and who the moose is, but I've been watching League of Legends for a while, and even looking at this game state, I'd be hard-pressed not to know who's winning this game. Knight just one-shot the Syndra, and in two, takes out a double kill. Realm Warp doesn't quite get him out to safety, but with Urha and Karis both down, the cleanup for BLG, it just writes itself. Nexus, the last thing to fall after an ace gets completed, and BLG will cleanly take game one.
Convincing victory there for BLG off of a comp that we were, as you put, Dia, a little bit skeptical of at the start of when the draft finished. But really, it just came down to the guys that weren't engaging. It came down to the artillery mages of Viper and Knight to get the damage across, and they absolutely did. Viper was dealing so much damage, and Knight as well, after a really rough start, mind you, was starting to schmoove on them. I also think that WE really dropped the ball when it came to the side lanes. I mean, we saw things like in that mid lane, they were looking to break down that turret to try and trade with Knight split pushing on the bot side, but then one Q from the Xerath and then a couple of ult charges later, the wave just dissipates and disintegrates, and boom, you can't get the turret, you can't get a pick. Knight got a tower for free, and the ballooning gold lead for the Rise just kept on getting bigger as the minutes went by, which completely mitigated any of the leads that Karis got early.
Yeah, this was one of the games as well where only in hindsight am I thinking about this in terms of offense and defense. One of the things that in esports I think is really relevant, but I think it comes through in just traditional sports as well, and a lot of things, is that in general offense is better because you have the opportunity to poke through
Offense is
defense.
the best defense.
Exactly, and I think we really saw that in this game, because we praised Urha's defense, especially really early on. I think even Monkey was often in the right place at the right time, but it was BLG that got to keep just rolling the dice on aggressive plays, and eventually WE melted.
For sure. And look at that damage from Viper.
I knew you were looking at the damage. I saw your face.
Oh, it's hard to ignore. I mean, the next highest on the side of BLG is Knight, who we also praised, and he's 10,000 damage below his APC player. So that just goes to show Viper, there are no point-and-click abilities on Xerath. There are point and click abilities on Rise, so I feel like that makes it even more impressive. Yeah, every single skill shot from Viper was landing, so a lot of credit over to him. Would probably be my pick for MVP, Dia, but as we have been memeing on multiple times for BLG, there can only be one. There can only be one.
Yeah. What will the AI's explanation be for giving Knight his 8 millionth MVP of the year? I suppose we'll find out soon.
They'll see that Knight has won like 500 million, thousand, billion MVPs over the course of 2026 and say, well, naturally, got to give him that +1.
It's true. And I mean, we're rarely, I almost said never and then didn't want to do that. We are rarely going to watch a BLG game and go, well, Knight just played really terribly but got carried anyway. I mean, Knight played really well this game. His Rise was terrifying, especially in the end game, but even in the mid game, the way that he was controlling waves was very akin to exactly what we saw even out of Viper, who, like, in the early game was basically just playing side lane simulator as an AD carry is wont to do, even when they are on an AP carry.
Right, and it's again, I mentioned this in the LGD series, but it's so cool to see Viper pop off in the manner that he is in split number 3, because I feel like in both splits that we have seen that, precede this, it has been Viper getting scapegoated. Anytime there is difficulty or turmoil or doubt about BLG, oftentimes the main talking point for that discussion is going to be Viper. And so to see him, yeah, that was absolutely disgusting damage. To see him pop off on the APCs, to see him really just be given the resources to carry from the rest of BLG, it's been a really cool change up for him over the year. And I think a lot of the people, the Viper doubters are real quiet right now, to put it bluntly.
It's true that they're watching everybody else just like figure out how to play AP carries when it looks like Viper has been doing that since the day of his birth.
Those doubters, I think,
really,
have
really
probably
good.
moved on to. Those doubters have probably moved on to new endeavors. I think their next target is probably Leave. But who knows? Maybe Leave will have a really good latter half of the split, and then they'll move on to another ADC.
Yet again. Yet again. I mean, Knight gets an MVP, shocking people around the world. His Rise, again, as we said, was really good. What are you going to do?
There's no point!
Just wiping around the boat.
Who are the other 4 players again? I'm sorry. I don't know any. I don't know any Wembos. I don't know the Shun guy. I thought, isn't Viper an animal? I find it hard to believe that can be a human being. And On? That's weird. I don't know. I don't know a person like that. It's just Knight. Okay, we did get
great.
some
He did
votes.
great.
We did get some votes for Viper at least. I see some love for the AD carry there.
I didn't catch
All
who
right,
it was. Did you see somebody voted for top lane?
Yeah, I saw someone voted for Wembo. I did highlight that playpen. That playpen was really good for that one topside fight. So maybe that really stuck with the person or people's plural that voted for Wembo.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. He looked good. Everyone on BLG looked good, as so often happens when they are winning, or in this case, when they are slamming a team. Team WE, the very squad that almost took them out of the playoffs last split, crumbles in game 1. However, there's a best of 3. WE have the chance to come back, and they're going to have to find a creative way to do it because BLG today look like they are on their game. We'll find out if they can after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where I am having trouble deciding whether to keep this jacket on or off. I keep putting it on because I like how it looks, and taking it off because it gets way too hot during the games. It is it's too exciting of a series to be, I think, fully clothed.
You know, that is also something that I run into with, like, me personally, wearing jackets on every single broadcast, but I do the good old classic thugging it out strategy here. I am very warm right now, but I also feel like similarly, WE are maybe in a bit of a hot seat themselves as they are down 0-1 in this best of 3. And Dia, we highlighted this to be a grudge match, a fabled rematch for two teams that were really going back and forth in split number 2 playoffs. That first game was anything but a close match.
Yeah, this, in terms of as grudges go, looked like a situation where Team WE came into this matchup thinking that they were chill, thinking that they were all friends and everything was good, and BLG came into this with a grudge and played angrily towards the end of that game to really shut them out. Now, there were moments for WE that, as we said, were very praiseworthy, that looked quite good. I think that their early game, as we said, demonstrated an incredible defense over what BLG clearly wanted to do. What we discovered during the course of this game is that defense is not enough. They have to have a winning lane. They have to have a point through which to play. And WE constantly got that one point that I think I'd identify off of that draft. Karis, their first pick Syndra, constantly attacked. That was a lane that was on the defensive all the time, positioning behind the tower whenever they could, not because Karis is a bad player. We talked about this. Karis has been popping off in recent series, but
yes.
That's where BLG were focused.
Exactly, and I feel like WE were so focused on trying to get him ahead, which just makes it even more impressive that BLG managed to find those windows to actually punish him from the 2-0 start to make him 2-2 and really mitigate any of the gold lead that the Syndra got initially, because we saw at a similar time to the 2 deaths befalling the Syndra, Monkey was down like 2 levels, right? He was literally sacking his tempo, he was sacking gold in order to say, hey, I need to get my Syndra ahead. I can still be useful without gold, but once the Syndra plan failed, it just felt like there was no really B plan there for Team WE, so they got outscaled. I think the side lane play from Wembo and Knight was really good, something that we really highlighted in the draft. Whenever you have these champions like the York, like the Rise, where you have access to the Realm Warp and just the multitude of split pushing capabilities, they really took advantage of that, and then just making sure that WE were being bled out of gold and resources, not necessarily fully committally engaging onto them and playing into what Team WE's comp was built around toward the mid to late game.
Yeah, one of the strengths of BLG that has been highlighted in recent series is, and especially in this last game, is that they don't have to 5v5 you in order to win. They're perfectly willing to 4v5 you and not necessarily win, but stall out the fight, make it an even one while somebody just pushes down a side lane, while somebody holds a lane and gets infinite amounts of gold for free because you've committed 5 people to the play. And BLG just have to not lose. I think that's something that they're very comfortable and confident in. We especially saw it around the top side when as we mentioned, you were getting members of WE corralled into this top lane. Well, meanwhile, Knight just shoves down the bot lane, gets your tier 2, gets your tier 3 tower, and from then on, the amount of impossible that it is to contest the side lane pressure is really difficult. Now, it is another game, and it is importantly fearless draft, so these same tools like the Realm Warp will not be available. Yorick, one of Wenbo's most picked champions, not going to be available either. I imagine we're seeing something different, especially because we still get the 5 bans, but as to what that is, I'm not sure that I know what WE need in order to get through BLG.
They need some vibes. They need some confidence. I feel like a big narrative that we ran with when they were making their almost miracle run in split number 2, Dia, was the power of friendship. And I think that is continuing here in split number 3. They were one of the few rosters from Split 2 to Split 3 that didn't change out a single member. So obviously the power of friendship has remained in some sense here. So I think that there is still possibility that they do take this to game number 3. And also, BLG have been like game 3 merchants at points in this split. So you never really know with them. Very easily could go the distance still. And I think that WE understand the weaknesses that were displayed by their comp in game number 1. Maybe we'll be drafting up a little bit more firepower going into game number 2 and actually trying to attack multiple points instead of just saying, hey, let's go through one champion, one player, and just hope it works out, because that very clearly did not work for game number 1 in the Syndra.
We're in a tense moment for WE, who, if I may remind everyone at home, are competing for a top spot in the LPL. If they win this series, they are effectively, there we go, tied with BLG and AL, which is impressive. But they are in the awkward spot now where they can either tie for top of the league, or, at the very least, join teams like ThunderTalk and LGD in taking a single game off of BLG, and failing to complete taking a single game off of BLG when you are this close to the top, it is actually sort of a double loss.
And LGD and ThunderTalk were able to do it too. Yeah, I think we may be suspect on WE if that is the case. I will never I mean, how could you not be suspect on WE? I mean, just like conceptually from the get-go, this team's always been sus. They've always been weird. So I just feel like that's a prerequisite of watching their games. If you weren't suspicious of them before, this might be your first game watching them, honestly.
Yeah. It's time to get suspicious, as that was honestly half the fun of casting their games last split, was just going, what's going on with this team again? And coming into this split, they have looked pretty good. Maybe this is the time that we revert back to old sus WE and start holding off on, providing underdog performances in playoffs, which I am a big fan of. WE have a lot of talent. What they have lacked is the ability to execute on that consistently. Let's see if they can get it going in game 2, as Jace will be the first pick for BLG. Notable bans already coming through: the Ezreal, Cassiopeia, and Orianna that we've mentioned in series past.
3 marksmen from BLG, so they very clearly wanted to set Wembo up to have a good game because they're removing a lot of those ranged top laners. Not to mention, Yorick also being fearless away removes a really big counter from Jace as well. So there aren't a lot of amazing matchups that I think Cube can really go for. The most prominent one I can think of is something like the Gnar, if they really want to play into that. It is a possibility, but WE aren't going to be concerned with answering the top lane pick right away. They're going to actually switch gears a little bit. Instead of going for the top side of their team, they're going to say, let's give something to About. Immediately going to snag up that Caitlyn, and they look like it's going to be a Trundle blind pick. Dia, WE are suspect. They're sus.
Yeah.
That's sus.
That's true. I was looking at it going, that's wild, that's crazy, but you say the sus, and it's kind of on brand for WE. I don't know what they're planning to do.
You don't
with
have a
this Trundle.
tank, and the tank role of top lane doesn't have a frontliner. That Jace is not a tank, so who are you subjugating? I feel like BLG don't really need to deal with that, as they are going to switch gears at the last second, lock in the Mel, actually, to try and match the range of the Caitlyn and join up the range with their Jace already. And they're maybe going to be cosplaying some Pays Keria lanes, as Pyke is going to be the insta-lock here for On. BLG are trying to play some fast League of Legends, Dia.
I mean, you've got Trundle locked in on one side, so I think you just go, we're going to hit full damage on this and delete some people. That seems to be the BLG plan for right now with Mel, Pyke, and Jace. I don't see a single member of WE lasting more than half a second on our screens if any single one of these skill shots connect. WE are going to follow up the Trundle that they picked earlier with a Nautilus before we head into the second ban phase. So they do have some forms of engage they can throw out, especially in the bot lane. Pyke is pretty squishy early on. Jace, always a good target. Mel, that's fake. You don't hook Mel. Mel hooks you. But with Nautilus specifically, you kind of hook each other.
It's a mutual hooking. As we are going in to the second phase of bans, BLG very clearly going for a long-range artillery style of play, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe give something more on the Peel-esque side to Shun and Knight. I feel Galio might have a lot of validity if they decide to go for something like that, and Karis, in fact, wants to try and pick up a patented Akali champion here for Game 2 to try and even out the series, Dia. But I could also see Knight going and playing into the poke comp himself for something like a Victor, which I think is really good into some of these shorter range champions like the Trundle and the Nautilus. So options available for BLG, as they are actually going to be the ones to ban the Victor.
Now, what I really want is a hard winning lane for WE, or a hard win condition for them to play through consistently. Because Caitlyn Nautilus should win the lane pretty passively. Yes, you can gank them, but realistically, it's just going to happen. And it's realistically also a lane that BLG are going to attack. What I want to see is what we didn't get last game from WE. Somebody to build their comp around, somebody to constantly have at the forefront, who's expected to win the lane, who is expected to do so much more, so that WE have a point of strength to play as we get into the later half of this match. Victor Aurora banned away by BLG, and the Twisted Fate and Nocturne removed by WE, so a lot of global pressure taken out of here by the WE roster.
Likely going to see a top laner here just to answer the Jace, but it actually looks like WE just, again, really want to prioritize comfort. They don't want to run the risk of Knight maybe stealing this away, so they're going to give Karis a Akali. When in doubt, they are defaulting to comfort, so I feel like WE's early game plan is to try and play around Monkey and Karis. This is a similar thing to game number 1, but these are much more comfortable champions that they have been put on here for game number 2, as I see a Lee Sin hover here. Shun is laughing in the player cams. I kind of hope they lock this one in, because this would be... This is play of Lee Sin on hard mode. You've got very little setup for your Q. And yeah, you're going to need something like a Lissandra, like a Galio, to help you out and give you some of that guaranteed ability to hit your skill shot. Vex is going to be the answer here for Knight. It's really good into the Akali. It helps out the Lee Sin, and it gives you some poke. So all 3 of those boxes checked by the BLG mid laner.
I mean, BLG really are just playing the game of, we saw them lock in Trundle, let's just pick no tanks. And honestly, given last game, it's probably going to work. The one thing that I will say to all of our all of our truers for WE out there is that with a Malphite lock-in especially, if BLG get behind, they are going to get run the heck over by an godly frontline if they get behind.
For sure. And BLG really have to keep the momentum in their favor at all times, right? This is a super high octane, super... You got to be playing with alacrity if you are having this comp, because the moment I feel things like the Pyke, the Jace, even the Lee Sin get behind and or are outscaled, it's going to be really difficult. So individual picks, roaming around the map, this is what BLG, in my opinion, does best. They play comps like this all the time. Maybe ones with a little less risk than the champions we're seeing locked in here for game number 2, Dia. But it's par for the course when it comes to watching BLG's games. On the other side, though, WE, they've got good scaling. They've got good team fighting. If they can group up, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for BLG to chip away at this armor and this really burly team fight team that they have set up for themselves.
That is so true. And yet, for those of you who may not be, maybe reading it in my voice at home, WE trolled this draft. To be honest, from my perspective,
I mean, this looks like a solo queue draft, but those are always fun.
I'm not going to pretend that I know everything. Like I know enough that I'm going to talk about this game and hope to understand a little bit more of what WE want to bring to the table. But to me, with nameplates on especially, and with the last game as reference, this looks like a losing formula from WE. And it's up to them to turn that around. And it really is, when I say up to them, not just to generalize like, it's up to somebody somewhere. They all have to play pretty insane, League of Legends, in this game. And a lot of that, to be honest, not going to start with Monkey. It's not going to start with Trundle. It's not going to start with Cube on Malphite because he's got to hit level 6. Maybe it's got to start in the bot lane, but somebody's got to do it. And I don't know if WE can. Let's see what the fans think. Well, surprise, surprise, the fans also like BLG, so that doesn't really tell us much.
No surprise there. What was surprising is that we actually didn't see anyone die level 1. Before we went to break, if I had the opportunity, Dia, I was going to ask, all right, $10, like straight up says that someone dies before the 2-minute mark. And there is still time for that to happen. We've got about 50-ish seconds, but feels like it is less likely if it isn't a big level 1 invade, as we got 2 hook champions in the bot lane, so bush control very important. Arha going to be landing the first blow.
That's a lot of damage early on. Onto both On and About. On going to heal a decent amount of it back up, but the junglers starting on opposite sides as well could be our contributors to any early first bloods. Not pre-2-minute first bloods, that would be crazy, even for Shun.
It would, and I'm not sure if Shun is going to be getting any early first bloods on this Lee Sin to accelerate himself. We see Monkey is pathing the opposite direction of the Lee Sin, so I don't think an invade is really in the cards for the BLG jungler in these first few minutes of the game. Curious that he is actually pathing toward the top side. You do have the cheese wheel to set up a little bit of a slow that you can use to get on top of this chase, but other than that, very little CC, as we're going to see it put to the test. Monkey is spotted on a ward, and Wembo's just going to back off. So already, it seems this Trundle is being a little bit foiled, Nia.
You know, Melvin brought this up a couple of days ago. I think it was Melvin. If it wasn't, sorry, I'm misremembering. There's a lot of stuff in my head. About how in the early stages of WE's games, it's Urha and Monkey that are the big indicators of success because they are the ones that have 100% first blood participation. It has to be Urha and Monkey together more often than not. But Monkey taking this on his own towards the top side of the map has completely removed Urha from the equation, and as it seems, removed the chances of success that he's got. Popping into the bushes right now. They are looking for Wenbo, and maybe, just maybe, we see this turn around because Wenbo's got no mana. Cube is low, but Monkey flashes on top of him. That's a dead Jace, and Monkey will be the one to keep up with the 100% first blood if he actually does it. Wenbo might take out Cube, but it's Cube that grabs first blood. The plus 400 going to him. On, showing up a little bit late, but maybe in just enough time to pick up Monkey as well. Low underneath the tower, but not low enough to be finished off. WE, first blood goes to Monkey and Cube.
By the calluses of the rock, Cube manages to get the first blood there. I was trying to come up with a rock equivalent for the skin of his teeth. I think I did a pretty decent job there, as now Viper going to be aggressed onto. Will be able to rebuttal that and won't take too much damage, but WE striking first in this game, and the gold going over to the frontliner, which I think is going to be extremely important the later on we get into this game.
They're mad about it too. A bunch of summoners blown in the top lane, but unfortunately Cube is just positioned a little too safely for BLG to get their revenge. They'll have to save it for later. And this first step, an important one. The gold still even despite first blood going over to WE, which is indicative of, I guess, how successful or how impactful that play was. Yes, first blood matters, but in this particular case, BLG are fine.
They are. They're good. Even the kill that Cube managed to get as Hang On Knight is actually putting the hands onto Karis, as forced to flash almost goes down. But that top lane gold difference is not extremely big at this point in the game, because even though Cube got the first blood, Wembo has basically 10 CS up over his counterpart. So it kind of feels like the first blood participation there, all of the activities that went on just a minute or two ago, kind of mitigated here in the game. So yeah, BLG are in a pretty okay position, but I feel like this is not the spot they want to be in. Like we said, they want to be playing fast, they want to be playing high octane, and no kills for them 5 minutes in. Gotta say I'm slightly disappointed.
Yeah, well, we'll have plenty of time to make that up. I promise. This is gonna be an exciting game, no matter which way you chop it, because BLG have so much burst that if they get ahead, it's gonna be crazy. And WE, if they get ahead, are basically unkillable. That is the nice thing about getting your Malphite ahead. You really wanted Trundle ahead, but maybe you can do that now. Maybe with your second gank in the top lane, you can abuse Wenbo, and with an ult from Cube, that seems to be not just the plan, but the actuality. He is going to answer 1 for 1, though, and almost 1 for 2.
I was real worried there. I thought Monkey actually was going to take that final turret shot to go down, but that's worth it for WE in my book. Wenbo going to be missing out on this entire wave, and even though he does get the kill, Cube is going to be A-okay as he gets the Warden's Mail, so trading back as this Jace is going to be progressively getting more difficult as the game goes by. Shun looking for an invade on the bot side, but I think he will be spotted out by Monkey here. No, Arha will be getting the Q to the face.
Is this Shun overextending? It looks like the answer is no for right now. He does have Secure on blue buff, and Viper's coming over here as well. Lots of damage on the side of BLG, of course, that they can throw out, but a kick back onto Monkey actually might secure them a second kill in this game. Knight's gonna pick that up, commit right onto About, taking him to half HP, and BLG still controlling all of the area under the tower. Will control, delete Erha from it.
And there's the aggressive play we want to see from BLG, invading, cross-mapping, and getting 2 kills for themselves. Karis maybe trying to trade back. He does have ult, he doesn't have flash though, so there's no guarantee that if you go in, you're getting out. And I feel like after Knight gets that kill, you really don't want to try and make a bad situation worse. If you do get a replay here, yeah, Shun just getting level 6 off that blue, uses Arha as a taxi to kick Monkey back, sets up the kill beautifully for the rest of BLG. And then the damage, not quite there to finish off the bot laners initially, but one little bit of damage from Viper, Golden Eclipse, and second one comes through. Now, the complete opposite is happening where WE are invading BLG off Half-Life.
Giga tanking underneath the tower, well on. Dies because his top laner, theoretically, could not come over to him. There are a lot of reasons why On died there, but Cube's contribution I wanted to highlight.
Cube, you know, he's there as Monkey now. Yeah, he's rock solid. As Monkey gonna try and steal away this romp. Is actually going to not get it. Shun will secure that one. And their stay to try and get one neutral object, or one camp of the enemy, allows BLG to completely reset off of that play. On is back on the map. And Grubs are going over to BLG despite WE winning out in that trade toward the top side. I just feel like they kind of wasted time looking for camps, Dia. And now you're going to be having a comp that really loves gold, getting an objective that helps you get gold easier.
A lot to be worried about as BLG go on their own invade to look for answering
so many
camps
invades
to WE. We do have Cube here, though, with his ult available. Let's see what actually comes of this, as Karis is the real source of damage. Up here, On finds a nice hook onto Erha, actually making WE's life a little bit more difficult, but no camp's going to go over to BLG. WE defended their jungle successfully.
WE managing to weather the storm temporarily, and it is worth noting, not all of the grubs were taken, so WE, if they get an opportunity, can steal away the last one. Monkey is going to blast cone over, realizes there's one there, and says, hey, you know what? Why not? Steals that last one away. But I do kind of want to highlight and pull attention, Dia, to the fact that Dragons are still standing in this game. Like game number 1, neither team is really heavily focusing on them. And I feel like this really does favor the high octane style BLG want to go for, as now Wenbo's getting dove.
You know, speaking of Dragons, it's Dragon time. If Wenbo's going to get dove like this, You know that the jungler's up towards the top side of the map. There is no better time to secure this neutral objective. It is another nice play from WE, getting Monkey a little bit more ahead, which is the real goal. Even though we saw First Blood go over to Cube, you want this Trundle to be a monster.
Right, and with no actual central tank on the side of BLG, no one to really subjugate in every single fight as this Trundle, you're reliant on your damage. You're not reliant on your tankiness, so you need to be getting kills, you need to be getting gold, so you can do more of that damage. And I do like that WE are playing around that plan. BLG will, of course, get the Dragon, but it's first Dragon at around 10:30, which means that we're not going to be seeing a soul point for quite a little bit. It's going to be 20 minutes until that is kind of a threat in our mind. And that's assuming BLG get both of the future Drakes. And that's exactly what this comp wants, frankly. They want to slow down the game. They don't want these big 5v5 objectives to be spawning as often or fighting for them as often, because they want to be looking for picks. They want to be looking for individual plays. So any excuse not to group is one that they will take.
One of the concerns about this could be that BLG could really benefit from accelerating the game to the point that the tankiness from WE is not really relevant. If WE are able to extend this, could be a problem. I say could. It is BLG. It is a lot of damage.
It is, and we're starting to get first items coming through here from a lot of the key members on both of these teams. Do want to call a lot of attention, though, to... All right, you know, nice try there, Arha, to cancel the recall. Doesn't manage to do it, though. Cube actually going for the Frozen Heart. I am going to be eyeing this Malphite build very, very closely. I think Frozen Heart is good in the 1v1, but outside of that, I really don't think it has a ton of value, as speaking of 1v1, that is not what we're getting here.
This is, in fact, exactly what BLG did want. The chance to isolate individual members and go for kills that way. On flirting with the idea of recommitting first fight, has Hook available, but as he shows himself, Karus is actually the one that goes in. On gets sniped by the ace in the hole in the background, and it will ultimately be a 1-for-1. Neither WE nor BLG really coming out ahead.
And On basically got sniped from half HP there, and this just goes to show how squishy and how easy to kill a champion like Pyke is, and the fact that you basically can't mess up on this character in the early to mid game, because once you do, and you get into the late game, you're gonna be very useless. So just On having to play on a knife's edge basically every single fight. Just mind his own health bar, because basically anything on WE can kill him if it goes in his direction. Going over the replay here, it's a good pick onto Cube. And then, yeah, just the ace in the hole. They were all focused on maybe trying to get a second kill onto Karus that no one was able to block for him. No one was able to say, "Get down, Mr. On."
Unfortunately, that's the life that On is.
They were all
going to be subjected to, right? Yeah, right. And let's be real about it. We saw the Camille. On is not the president of this game. On is whatever the... I don't want to call them fodder. The Secret Service? That's what they're called.
Yeah,
Is it?
What would On's job be? I mean, yeah, the Secret Service seems like a... It definitely is no secret anymore. He's history.
He's just the one dude they've hired. He's like working in the office, and they're like, "You need to get in front of the president, man." Yeah.
He's target practice. About is trying to improve his sniping skills. On is like, all right, I guess I'll do it. So Pyke going down again. Third death of the game. And half the kills that WE have are because of this Pyke champion. So doesn't seem like it is justifying its extremely volatile existence. And this just has me worried for BLG in about 6 minutes, because once we start cresting toward that late game, kind of feels like you're playing without a support unless he can get a really clutch hook onto some of these backliners that will be increasingly more difficult to have access to as Cube and Monkey and Arha get tankier.
If anybody in our audience is a particular fan of Invincible, I'm getting Donald.
Oh, I love that show.
From On right now. You know the
Donald?
guy who Yeah, he's like,
Yeah,
he
dies over
does
and
his
over,
duty, he
comes
does
back.
his job, but he's always dead. Yeah.
Yep.
Spoilers.
Honestly, that is an amazing comparison. Yeah, spoilers, but if you haven't watched Invincible, what are you actually doing? It's a great show.
It's been out, bro. It is. I'm glad. Not just in the audience, but even on the broadcast. We got people with good taste.
Yeah. Can't miss the memes. As now about.
That's dead. That is a very dead
Bye.
Caitlyn, and the Caitlyn Mel matchup looking pretty good right about that. It actually might be looking good enough that Shun can contest this Rift Herald.
no.
He's got the Q, and he actually manages to stand between Monkey and the eye of the Rift Herald. So, well, the objective doesn't go to BLG. It doesn't go to WE either.
Yeah, I hope that gold was worth it, Monkey. No eye gonna be picked up for BLG, and Shun just continuing his aggression in the lane, manages to land a Q onto the Trundle, won't end up taking it. Karis with some very bold pathing, but Akali has a million dashes, so we'll use one to get away. What this does do, however, is gives prio over to BLG. They make their presence known in mid, they stamp their flag on that area. Knight's gonna pick up the tier 1 in bot as well, and they should have no problem just converging onto this dragon at their own leisure.
From here, Wenbo unfortunately suffering yet another gap. We got to teleport in. This is a numbers disadvantage and a severe one, especially as teleport gets smashed. It has been Knight that teleported right into the middle of 3 and then soon 4 people. And WE get not the pick they were looking for, a much better one.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Knight, as now more target practice, but this time onto Wenbo!
Karis actually could die for this as well. Jugga tower shot, Shun all over him right now. Karis gets the locket from him, and Shun jumps onto Karis, laser focused, now looking at about. Honest still here for the backup, but Monkey shows up to the fight. On secures the kill though, with the flash death from below, and goes for another one. Urha surviving this time, and Shun alone underneath the tower has Wenbo here for backup. It is the fed
shield.
Monkey batting away at Wenbo, but Wenbo is winning it, finally getting revenge for all that time spent top lane. It is a kill for Wenbo, a kill for Viper, a kill for Shun, and BLG, 17 minutes into the game, are 2.6k gold up.
They win the extended trade. They lose their top lane turret, but you can see Wenbo here all alone in this lane now, as everybody has been killed. He'll be able to trade that one back as we go into the replay on looking to maybe get involved to save the turret, but he ends up actually, this is very funny, if Wenbo didn't have that flash, unironically killed his top laner there, but instead, Shun enters into the fight, a good kick to try and separate the bot lane from the jungle, just keep them split, and we're back to live fighting.
Once again, On loves to flirt with death. The guy is level 8, but I'm watching WE die instead. There we go, On does his duty once more.
Indeed he does, as Wenbo didn't stop after that tier 1. He's actually still going. Tier 2 under siege. He's going to pick up a couple of plates. They will sacrifice a dragon over to WE for that, but it's their first of the game. And like we said, with the very slow pace and very low priority on the dragons in general, Dia, don't really feel like Seoul is much of a win con as...
Oh my god, he got
auto! He dashed! Nah, that is actually insane, as now Knight might be in trouble.
Knight, future MVP, flashing away from Monkey, who really seems intent on grabbing him, but again, it will be On with the death from below. He makes sure that the kill is secured. Knight will fall as Karis joins the fight, and it looks like a fight that is going the way of WE. Karis' presence just enough. On starts healing up, though, and BLG will get away, having lost 2 members, Shun and Knight, in favor for Monkey. Wenbo trades that back real quick. BLG won. They could continue this. Karis thinks about coming back to the fight, gets bumped away by Wenbo, and actually is in trouble now. On's chasing him down. It is another trade of 1-for-1, with On trying to get away from Q, but looks like he'll be able to do it. And it is chaos in the mid lane.
This game is absolute chaos here, Dia. We have had non-stop action for the past 3 to 4 minutes. Cube even looking to be a nuisance and cancel the packs about. Hits the ace in the hole. It travels through the reset, so it doesn't get the cancel off, but at least it looks cool, though. BLG do at the end of the day manage to save their turret. So WE, for all of that effort, for all of that blood, they get nothing for it on the map.
Yeah, the gold lead, while it hasn't extended in favor of BLG, hasn't moved, even off of a play that looked really good for WE. Let that not mean that I don't think that was a good play from WE. I do. I think that the more that they can do that, the better, because their composition is really good at taking these 5v5s. As you said, they want to group up, they want to find these. This was the one time, even though it went even, that WE really got to complete their dream that they have with this composition.
And a lot of the gold is going over to the right members, in my opinion. I mean, Karis has 3 kills, About has 3 kills. Even Cube, I think, is actually pretty accelerated. He's the only member of WE that has a gold lead in this game. And if your tank is being tanky and BLG don't have a lot of easy ways to chip away at that health bar, there's a lot of value in actually accelerating him here against this comp. So I think that WE are still in a position to win these 5v5s. Really, for me, though, the biggest issue comes in the fact that there is no big win condition for them for a really long time. Like we said, Dragon Soul isn't going to be available for another 15 minutes for either of these teams, and I feel like that is a lot of time for BLG to find some creative way to come back in this game, as they have multiple times before.
Yeah, I think
accelerate this game, I should say.
A Baron would be crazy for WE. Of course, it would be crazy for both teams, but it's WE that are the ones on the ropes in this series and really need the advantage in this game.
Right.
Hunt finds the hook he doesn't want.
Nope. On hooking a Malphite, that is literally the worst champion that you could hook, as this Pyke is just, I will continue to say it, even though he has a gold lead, he is really struggling to, now at this point, we're 22 minutes into the game, it's hard to just single out any of the WE members, because most of the ones you can single out are extremely tanky, and even then, it feels difficult for the rest of BLG to capitalize on that, especially with both solo laners having teleport, so they can react to any of those risky, cheeky little pick plays that you want to try and make, as Erha gets hooked, tries to look for a hook, but on dodging out there. Dragging up in a little less than a minute. BLG still have control of the lanes, though, Dia. So at the end of the day, if they're able to hold on to this part of the map, I feel like WE are going to struggle a little bit.
Viper, deathless so far.
Oh!
It's going to be quickly corrected by WE, who isolate him perfectly, forcing out the W and then committing. About gets hooked in, but the damage from Knight not quite there, especially with the low amount of commitment that he's willing to go for. This is exactly the best situation for WE, though.
Yeah, he does manage to actually get back. Wenbo doesn't have teleport, though, so he'll be a little late redeploying onto the map, but it doesn't seem like BLG have any interest whatsoever in you know, immediately going for control around that bot side. They will do it as Shun is moving down there, but only a few seconds until the dragon spawns means that their control is a little bit fickle at the moment, Dia.
The winning formula so far for WE has been team fights, and BLG are flirting with death here, moving up to the dragon. They are fortunately a team with enough damage to burst it down before WE even check it. Second Drake secured by BLG, but now looking for a little bit more. It is quite dangerous. Over the wall goes Monkey, but it's going to be over the wall again. Knight follows him with the help from his friends. On manages to survive, flashing away for now. Karis doing the same thing, may be able to make it away from Wenbo, and On still alive as we get back to the jungle, has bought enough time for Knight to come in and grab yet another kill. Viper's the one to pick this up, and Shun rockets into the front line. A double kill for Viper, and BLG wipe the floor with WE, completing an ace at 24 minutes.
And a clean ace as well. Who needs to 5v5 when you can just have multiple 1v1s and 2v1s? BLG break up the fight expertly to deny WE their opportunity to group up as a unit. We're going to go into the replay here. It's 2v3 at the start of this fight, but look at how BLG separate the members of WE. They kick Monkey over the wall. He has to flash over. He's completely alone. All of BLG focus onto him. Karis is completely isolated in his shroud. Wembo goes after him. And then at this point, the health bars are much better on the side of BLG. They focus down individually the WE members one by one. And despite the fact that they aren't a team comp that is supposed to 5v5 good, it does not matter. It's BLG. They always find a way.
Playing super well right now and very together in that fight, as we talked about, surgically separating the members of WE.
They were playing Operation.
They were.
Like all of these members, that's like a team bonding activity that BLG probably did before this game, and they didn't hit a single chunk of metal in their attempt to clear out the body. Absolutely expertly done that previous team fight, and now Baron's still in tow as Wembo's getting aggressed onto.
WE do want to pick another 5v5. Or now 4v5, I should say, as Wenbo, as I finish the sentence, does die. However, surprise, surprise, Knight's pushing down mid lane while all this happens. We talked about how BLG were super comfortable with this style of play, letting a 4v4 happen, or 4v5 happen, and then grouping up to make this work. Shun commits over the wall, Death from below gets on right on top of Urha as well, and Urha, certainly dead here, is going to fall 21-14, 8,000 gold, the lead for BLG. And they control that even after losing Wenbo expertly.
All right, I feel like that one hook by On maybe redeems all of the oopsies that he had over the course of this game, because now WE, not only do they not have a jungler, they don't have a support. Arha died immediately after that, so it's going to be a free kill, a free couple of kills, as well as the turret on the top side. So BLG just continuing to push the pace of this game even further in their favor. On is dancing around Q, but he doesn't really have anyone around him for now.
And Knight is not killing Cube on his own. And
nope.
About waiting for this fight to extend. They could actually try and find Knight again. Hasn't invested in any real defensive items, so Knight very easily bursted down, and of course with the Mejais that he's been trying to stack this game, would be a significant blow to...
For sure would be, as Baron still here for BLG for another few seconds at least to push the wave in. They found Monkey again! They found him again!
Very dead. Knight commits over the wall, however, and in jumping onto Urha, actually manages to kill the Caitlyn. This looks really good for BLG, and not just inhibitor good. This could look end of game good for BLG, as first inhibitor going to fall. The Baron has fallen off, but a teleport into the base. BLG want to end this game. Cube's got no ulti. It's just a big rock sitting underneath the tower. Means it's all up to Karis, who now has no shroud and gets kicked right into the fear from Knight. It is another pick for BLG, and it looks like Quacks. It is going to be another win. On gets a clean hook to complete yet another ace. And it will be 2 games in quick succession going to BLG.
BLG beat the curse of constantly going to 3 games in this split, Dia. 2-0 over who some would consider to be maybe their biggest rivals this year, especially if you factor in recent matchups against WE, as we so often alluded to and mentioned over the course of this broadcast. The playoffs bout between these two teams was so close every single time, but this series was not close. This was a one-sided stomp, a shellacking from BLG of monumental proportions, and you could see On up there on the stage, probably going to be talking about how, despite Pyke being an early game champion, he was kind of useless early on, but then in the late game when Pyke usually falls off, he found the best picks of the game. So,
yeah,
you know, works in mysterious ways.
I liked On, and you know, if Knight didn't exist, I would think that maybe he was getting MVP this game. I will say that even if we delete Knight from the equation, Viper also had a very strong argument. His Mel
He did.
was pretty freaking crazy in those fights. Even though Mel's not a very flashy champion, his positioning was really good. He was landing all of his abilities, and he was picking up a lot of kills. I could very easily see Viper walking away with an MVP here.
Every time we say that, though, guess who gets the MVP, Dia?
Oh yeah, I mean, a Knight is doing it, but it's if
Yeah, in our hearts.
Yeah.
But for me, that game was just generally more evenly spread across who had influence, in my opinion. I think that in a lot of BLG games, you can pick like 1 or 2 members that are extremely responsible or very, very much so the driving force for that win, and then the other 3 are just kind of to the wayside. They're the passengers, right? Nobody was a passenger this time around. They all got in their separate cars, in their separate whips, and they just were all driving parallel on a highway. They were all in control of the game, and they were all a massive driving force for this win. So I think that's always really exciting to see, especially for a player like Wembo, who has been criticized, who has been really, I think, under scrutiny since he joined BLG. He had a really solid game, in my opinion, on the Jace.
I'm going to take this one step further. I think that when Wenbo's on BLG, obviously he's getting compared to other top laners in the LPL and other top laners in the LPL.
Right.
I have seen a lot of top laners, some even on BLG, that can go 0-2 on Jace in an early game and have a lot worse of a game. I'm not going to name names, but going 0-2 on Jace for a lot of top laners is a death sentence, especially in the LPL. And Wenbo looked just fine.
He did. His side lane influence, I think, is partially what saved BLG. Anytime they lost a fight or they went even or WE managed to find some kind of an advantage, it always kind of came with an asterisk or a caveat, because you would pan over to the other side of the map. Boom, Jace is split pushing, taking plates, taking turrets, having influence on the map, and forcing WE to recall to answer the waves he's pushing, and basically they can't take the advantages they might have earned from getting that fight win. So a lot of credit over to Wembo. Not only do I think his micro on the Jace was really solid, the macro sense from him, which is the most criticized part, I would say, of his gameplay so far in Split 3, was pristine here in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Wenbo looked really good in this game, and like you said, it is part of all of BLG looking good, but I think that specifically in this matchup, because WE had such a focus on taking out Wenbo in the early game, on using him as a vehicle to feed Monkey, the fact that he's able to come back, especially because we're looking at this top laner and going, we probably aren't going to see him for very long, there is a lot to look forward to. I think in Wenbo's career, and again, hopefully with even more games on BLG as whatever is happening with this slot machine keeps going.
Right. I think that Wembo has had a very up and down split so far, but the fact is he's still able to keep up with his teammates to a certain degree, and keeping up with these teammates is no small feat. It's no easy task. These are legends of the scene that you're playing with. So when you're able to be in the same realm as them, when you're able to have that same influence as them during certain games, I think that does a lot for you as an individual for your career. So all the best to Wembo. Don't know how much longer we're going to be seeing him on BLG, but I do genuinely hope a player like this gets recognized by other organizations as someone who stepped up when it mattered and was able to play with the best and keep up with the best.
Yeah, he's... Well, a lot of good things to say about him. Not the hero of this game. That was
Second
either
most
Knight
damage.
or Viper, you know? That is true. That is true. They're not going to give it. They're not going to give it to Wenbo, surely. Shun also
It would be
played
very
really-
funny,
yeah.
and it would actually be quite wholesome if they did give it to Wembo, but they're probably not going to. I would say, I unironically think that you can make a case for Shun to have MVP. He had a lot of really good early game plays, and some of those kicks to separate Team WE are straight up the reason why they won the fight. So I give a lot of credit over to Shun for understanding his job, for understanding the assignment, on this champion and playing him in a way that is very rarely seen. It felt like more of a disruptor playstyle than it did a skirmisher, bruiser playstyle that is so common with Lee Sin's, especially in the LPL.
And you know, we saw such an early pickup of the Caitlyn here. Is what I'm looking at is talking about Karis and about didn't really get to play the game. Karis, I think, had his opportunities and actually did very well. I am wondering if this is just sort of a Viper difference, though, because we keep talking about how comfortable Viper is in playing the mages that are now taking over the bot lane. Caitlyn is a pretty generically strong pick. To not be winning lane when you're first picking Caitlyn because the other team is comfortable picking Mel is pretty tough. I would say even perhaps an indicator of something that needs changing.
It might be. I mean, you'll never ever hear me complain about a player not being able to win lane against Mel. I am on the Mel hate train. I have been on the Mel hate train since day one. So anytime I see the character, I just I take a sigh, I bow my head a little bit, and I'm like, all right, this game is going to be at least 15% less interactive than if Mel wasn't in the game.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That is true. Mel is... I am on the same train as you are. In the LPL, you know, ends up looking good, but... Well... frustrating to play against for sure. We'll see what happens with the MVP vote. I'm watching this montage extremely closely because when they slow down the montage is a really good indicator of who's getting MVP. Just as a heads
up. That's actually
up.
a good point.
So,
I haven't noticed that before, but that's a good shout. Yeah. On though with a really good hook there. I mean that was just absolutely nasty. A lot of these endgame hooks from the Pyke were really effective in breaking the game open. I mean, at this point, like, Baron was basically turned off. It had like 5 seconds left at this point. If you don't get that hook, I think your siege potential gets reduced drastically, not to mention Cube was coming back, so the threat of getting ulted as a 5-man unit was also on the board. And all of it just got completely shattered with one hook from On. So a lot of credit to him for, you know, similar to what we said about Wembo, for coming back into the game when it looked really difficult, especially on a champion where it is really difficult to do that after a rough start. He had a lot of influence on the Pyke later on, just like Wembo with his Jace.
There is a real argument for On having crazy value in this game. As I know we approach the MVP discussion, On's not going to get it because he's a support and he died too many times, and that's okay. But there is a real argument for him having as much impact. Oh my god, it's not night!
All right. Viper. Deserved. Had a really good game on the Mel. And I will continue to say this. I said it in game number 1, but Viper haters are truly in shambles, Dia.
Mm-hmm. It's been a rough split for Viper haters. As you said, like, the best parts of Viper have really been showcased during this split, and finally during this game they managed to overshadow Knight, if just for a moment. Of course, the AI though, the AI voted for Knight.
I like that the referees get the votes, by the way. I know that some people have talked about being like former LCS referees and how fun it is. It's cool that referees get a vote. I think that's quite wholesome, actually.
What's going on here? So I don't know if you know. There's no pressure to know. Winter Club is voted for Wenbo twice this. They voted for Wenbo in both games. I don't know who makes up Winter Club, but if it is, as I suspect, hearing Winter Club, like former LPL pros or current LPL pros that are doing really well but not playing today, if they're voting for Wenbo, I find that highly tasteful.
Me too. That is pretty cool. So again, a lot of shout outs to Wembo specifically for, again, coming in on short notice. And this game, I think, was one of his best ones that we have seen in the split so far. So a lot of credit to him for being able to match these very, very good teammates of his on BLG, as we saw Knight winning series MVP of the game because it's Knight. It could be nobody else. And yeah, here's the cool montage.
Yeah, thank God we get it. You know, everybody needs to see a Knight montage at least twice a week. I do want to take this time while we are watching what will probably be one of 12 Knight montages that we get during this split about the members of WE. This second game, obviously a little bit more difficult, and you know, first game was tough for them too. But as to who stood out, I think Karis had a pretty good game on Akali. Cube's Malphite looked good. I didn't love Monkey's Trundle. What are good news stories that you can take away from this as WE, or are we lacking them?
I feel like we set a bit of a precedent in draft for game number 2 where a bunch of teams have 2-1'd or gotten 1-2'd by, well, no teams have 2-1 BLG, but a bunch of teams have 1-2'd BLG and managed to take them to 3 games. So we were saying if it goes only to 2, if WE do get 2-0'd, it might be a little bit worrying just because the middle of the pack seems to be just as competitive as the top of the pack here in Ascend for the summer split. So I'm going to be honest, not a ton of good news stories in my opinion, Dia. I do, however, want to say all the players still look like they're on the same page. You know, you said this a couple of days ago when we were casting the LGD series, you'd rather have 5 players commit to the wrong play than 4 players commit to the right play and 1 player being off in Narnia and not on the same page with his team. And I guess to WE's credit, they always seem like they're on the same page. So it's just about being on the right one, right? If you're all on the same one, you just got to make sure that that page is good.
This is a question a lot of people would have been asking themselves coming into this series. Is this the same WE that we saw almost take down BLG last split?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, to me, they look a little bit worse. I would also say BLG look a little bit better than they did in the series that they were losing up against WE, or very nearly losing against WE, depending on which one we're talking about in the playoffs. We'll take a look at the standings and how they look after this game, as at the moment, BLG, with this win, pretty untouchable. Not completely, but it's pretty close. AL are the one team that is quite close to them, and WE had the opportunity to tie them all up here, but fell short, putting themselves solidly into the 3rd tier of teams in Group Ascend, which is quite widespread right now. EDG are the biggest losers of the first couple weeks of Group Ascend. Somebody had to do it. Well, actually, that's not true. Somebody didn't have to go 0-5, but EDG did do it. It's their chance to hopefully claw things back, as right now it has not been a great season for EDG.
And I feel like one of the most fake score lines is that 1-3 for Thunder Talk. I mean, they have basically taken a game off of all of their opponents. They are really close to just having even game score despite the rough series score. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing the evolution of that team. I feel like I'm getting WE vibes from them. Split 2, I should say, WE vibes from them in the playoffs, not the regular season. So a lot of these vibes teams, these power of friendships teams really intrigue me in Group Ascend. And it's a fun split so far, Dia. I think that this is a really enjoyable time to look at all of these squads and can't wait for more.
It is, and to keep that going, if you want to keep checking out the teams that you saw today, BLG's next match will be next Friday versus Top Esports. However, oh wait, is it Wednesday? Sorry, that's this one. I'm misreading this graphic. Yes, it'll be next Friday against Top Esports. However, WE's next match will be on Sunday versus the very same team you were just talking about, Thunder Talk. So WE against perhaps what you, as you just mentioned, could be the WE of this split coming up this Sunday. Of course, we'll be back before Sunday. We've got still plenty more games to come on Saturday, as AL will take on Thunder Talk. The AL, the winners of our matchup earlier today, versus EDG, and of course a lot more to look forward to as BLG will return to the stage against JDG on Saturday. So I did, in fact, mess up the schedule, but that's all good. That's all good. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning into today's broadcast. It has been a pleasure to bring you the LPL English once again. And, of course, if you'd like to support the LPL English, there's no better way to do it than through our coffee. Thank you so much to our elite coffee supporters who make broadcasts like this possible. Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Thank you so much, because without you, we wouldn't be able to give Knight his series MVPs as he very much deserves. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and of course again to our elite coffee supporters, go check it out, and we'll see you with more LPL English tomorrow.